like, do you need to be a registered investment advisor? Which, if you've ever looked at the rules for registered investment advisors, which, some of them are smart and some of them are stupid, but, they're about advertising restrictions and suitability and custody requirements and duty of best execution. I mean, things that really have no place, in the family office world, or frankly, in a lot of other worlds, but certainly wouldn't have prevented this from happening.
Interesting. Yeah, that was my next kind of topic that I wanted to go over with you, was just this new SEC ruling, the 3-1 vote that took place as far as transparency. Have you had much time to kind of dig into that and how that would affect this situation or these types of situations?
So, is this the private equity, the Form PF?
Yes, that's exactly
Yeah.
it.
So, and again, this kind of goes back to, like, what is it that they are they trying to do? And before I address that just specifically, let me tell you about a couple of regulations and places where they've gone wrong. So, going back to the Great Recession, financial crisis, as I alluded to, a lot of the issues were around these derivative securities. Frankly, the biggest issuer of these was an insurance company. It wasn't even one of the brokerage firms. So a lot of the regulations that they put in place, while somewhat helpful, also created some issues too. And so one of the things that Dodd-Frank did, and its intention was supposed to be, hey, let's rein in these big banks. They took on undue risk, and we want to make sure that doesn't happen again. But what it ended up doing was being so onerous on small lenders that it basically stopped their formation. So you went from having like 100 or so small banks that were being formed every year to 3, and you had community banks that just basically said, I give up, I can't be in the market. And then, as you can imagine, if you have fewer small business banks, then you also have fewer or less lending to small businesses, because these bigger banks don't have the time of day to deal with the small companies. So basically, what it ended up doing, instead of reining in the big banks, is it killed all their competition. And so they were the ones that got, kind of the whole competitive market. And the small businesses ended up, not having access to capital. So those are some of the ways things can go awry. Um, as I mentioned, I'm a former investment banker. When I left the bank that I worked for, that was more of a traditional bank, I actually had my own broker dealer for a while, because we were doing capital raising and M&A transactions. And they said, oh, well, if you do that, you have to be registered with FINRA, which is the, kind of under the SEC's purview, but is this like nonprofit organization that oversees the rules for broker dealers. And it was so ridiculous that we had to give up the license eventually, because I had to do the same paperwork as a bulge bracket investment bank. And they would come in and they would do these ridiculous audits, and they would have things like, say, well, where's your folder for new client forms? And it's like, well, we don't have clients, like we don't take client money, we're literally advising on M&A transactions. Well, you still need to have a folder with a piece of paper in it that says that you don't have this. So it's those kinds of things that become very overbearing, and a lot of times kind of counterproductive when you end up putting in this legislation. So, does it make sense to have more transparency with private equity and hedge funds? Yeah, I mean, I think that there are big things that happen. I think that could be material to the market. I think that, of course, that would be helpful. But the idea that they should turn around in one day, particularly, I mean, if something really happened in their business, they're probably freaking out and trying to figure out how to stem that. We've also seen from the crazy, wild volatility swings in the market, how things can change. You can be down in today's market, double digits one day and up double digits the next. So these things can also sort themselves out in a period of days or weeks. So I'm a little bit skeptical that what they're ending up proposing, and particularly at the level that they're talking. I think it was something about like 2 billion in assets under management or something was the trigger. I mean, that's not, in terms of the trillions and trillions that are in the market, 2 billion is not going to be a systemic issue to the market. And it sounds a lot to us, but when you think of, like BlackRock has 10 trillion in assets under management, a $2 billion in asset under management player isn't considered, one of the biggest guys out there. I'm just concerned about the no good deed goes unpunished other side of it. So I think that there's probably a way to, again, figure out what is that root issue that they're really trying to solve for, and to hone the rules to be much more focused on what it is that's really that issue, than just throwing more paperwork and regulation that ends up looking even less like a free market than it should.
Yeah, I guess that's always the fear in the back of my mind, and maybe it comes from this lack of trust. Uh, I wonder why, but yeah, that's kind of one of the issues. Is it's like you said in the beginning, some of this stuff is so convoluted, and it seems they almost keep it that way with legalities and finance talk and finance speak, I guess you could say, to where it's almost daunting or overwhelming, and people can't necessarily, the idea almost seems like we don't want you guys to grasp it, like leave it to us, leave it to the smart money, leave it to the government, the people who know what they're doing. And yeah, so that's why it's extremely important. I think this movement happened for a reason. I think people like you using your platform and your voices to kind of support what we're doing and back it and say, I want to share information that I am privy to with you guys and sort of break it down. I am just so extremely grateful. I'm overwhelmed with gratitude right now for you coming here and spending time divulging and sharing this information with all of us, because it's a big deal. And it's easy to get excited and say, oh, transparency, yay, like the SEC's got our back. But at the same time, I like hearing your perspective on
Out there. Okay. The government does not have the best and brightest people. And particularly when it comes to Wall Street, because if you're somebody who has that network and has that knowledge, you can make a lot more money being outside of the SEC than you can be working for the government. And what always ends up happening, and I've seen this for decades and decades, and people who are older than me will tell you that decades before that, but the people who are on Wall Street are going to figure out a way around the rules, or they're going to lobby, to have something that is going to allow them to have a way around the rules. The SEC is going to put something down in the name of, oh, we're helping the little guy, or transparency, or whatever it is, and then the people who are ending up getting screwed are sort of everybody else except for the people you think that they're supposed to be targeting. And so that just becomes one of the bigger issues to contend with. And so doing something is not the same thing as doing the right thing, or doing something that's helpful. And I just think it's really important to keep that in mind, and to play that chess game, and to think, three steps ahead, because it's always that there's a way around this. and that the people who it's supposed to put a leash on never really get leashed, but everybody else does in some way, shape, or form, and it really doesn't fix the problem. And so I think it's important to keep that in mind.
Well said. Thank you so much, Carol. Yeah, I think, it's pretty amazing what doors have been opened because of, the light kind of being, shown on this whole situation with GameStop, with AMC, with the way the whole market kind of has a lot of loopholes, a lot of, I don't know, there's a lot going on there, and it's opened up the door for people to come in who kind of excel in digging into information and looking for information. I mean, there are some people that I wonder if they're like detectives that are involved in this, and they are able to dig so deep and find information, and you're one of them. And I feel like it's comes from experience, and also just having a certain mindset and a certain type of mind, and also a lack of fear for saying it like it is. And you are fearless. I respect you so much for that, especially being a woman in a man's world. And I'm not trying to use the woman card, but it's just the way it is, especially as far as, the stock market goes. I wanted to ask you, during that interview you did with Matt, I remember some stuff coming up about Herbalife and your
Yeah.
experience there. I don't know how long you have to be on with us, and I do hopefully want to get some people up who might have questions toward the end of this. So I don't want to keep you, too long, but I just really would like you to kind of share with the group here your experience with what took place with Herbalife.
Absolutely. And I have a good 15 more minutes, so I think we have plenty of time to chat with on this and get a few other things on. But yeah, this was back in, oh man, I'm so old. I want to say it was probably like 2012, maybe the end of 2012. Was basically there was a gentleman from a hedge fund who happens to be a great investor, by the way. And so this isn't anything against him. It was just against this particular thing that was happening. But he had targeted Herbalife, and Herbalife is a multi-level marketing company. And multi-level marketing companies, have a level of disdain for people, and I understand why they do. And I'm not suggesting that you necessarily go out and join a multi-level marketing company, but I will also say, as somebody who's been deeply entrenched in the small business space, a lot of people, have a dream, think that they can start a business, and then empty out their 401ks or their life savings to go start a business, only to realize that they're really crappy at selling, or that it sounded like a really good idea for, a week, but doesn't sound like a great idea for a lifetime. So I do think that there is merit in making a very small investment, maybe a few $100s, and going out and seeing if you know how to sell. And maybe you lose the $300, or maybe you're great at it, but on the protectionist side, that you lose that money, and then you go, yeah, you know what, I'm not really an entrepreneur, I'm more of an execution person, or I do better if I don't have money at risk, whatever it is. And so I always thought there was merit, to that business model in terms of testing out entrepreneurship. And so, the hedge fund had gone after this business, basically trying to say that it was fraudulent. And again, you may find it distasteful, but there's a difference between being distasteful and fraudulent. And I just, they had a lot of connections, trying to, you know, use them all, and particular ones in the government, to go after this business. And the stock got really crazy depressed. Like, I don't remember what it was, it might have even have gotten into like the single digits or something. And I spoke up and I wrote about it, and I said, this is insane. I went on TV, and I don't do a lot of stock picks. Usually I only do individual stock picks when I have a lot of conviction. And I remember, was it, I think it was a show that's not on anymore. I think it was on maybe Bulls and Bears or Cashing In, one of the two of them. But I remember saying at that time that Herbalife was my pick for the next year. And everyone's like, what? And I'm just like, they're getting targeted and everybody's listening to this. I don't think it's fair based on the fundamentals of the business. And eventually that was settled, dropped, however you want to, look at it, and the stock recovered. Now I have no idea where it is today. As we all know, what happened, 10 years ago in the market is very different than where it is today. But at the time, that stock came roaring back, and it was a hedge fund, I think, in my opinion, just overstepping their bounds of, hey, we have a conviction idea and we're going to like force it to happen, versus a conviction idea that's based on fraud, or real things that do happen in other businesses, because there are a lot of short sellers that have uncovered some pretty seedy things with companies as well. And so, that was one of the times when I saw something that I just said, no, this is wrong. I turned out to be right. The hedge fund turned out to be wrong. It was not a good bet on their parts, and we all lived happily ever after.
Yeah, well, and so that's kind of where I feel you and I are sort of similar, because that's the struggle I'm going through real time with these hedge funds who made bad bets, in my opinion, against AMC theaters, which is, the oldest running movie theater in the United States, just getting completely pummeled during the pandemic when their doors were forced to be closed. They had no, profitable income at the time, and a group of people, sort of stood up and said, well, I don't think the pandemic's going to last forever. I think movies will be back. Movies are important in America and all over the world. I mean, the one thing I can say that the United States really brings to the table and produces are movies, Hollywood. And to see that, sort of just get hit, and people claim that streaming is the future, and movies are going to be put out of business and bankrupt, and all of these, theories and ideas that their narratives that they're sort of pushing on people. We stood up and said, well, we don't. We think that movies will be here for another 100 years, and we want to invest in them. So um, now I am personally dealing with issues where people, hedge funds, they claim to be hedge fund people, are attacking me and attacking me personally, and wanting to take, pursue legal action even against me for securities fraud, for being invested in AMC, and being, a huge proponent of the company. And really, I just truly believe in the movies. I truly believe in the movie theater and the movie going experience, the movie theater popcorn, all of it, the whole thing. It's a passion. I believe in it. I love it. I love the stock. But people are very angry with me, and it's awesome to hear your sort of battle, and that you stood your ground and dug your heels in, and even, said what you said about Herbalife, and then they rebounded. And I'm not saying, and I'm sure you're not saying that you were the hero that saved them, but who
No.
really knows, you know? I
No,
mean,
but
really,
it's
because if voices don't speak up and stand up for these companies that are just getting hammered by people who are sort of doing these short and distort narratives against them, and they're actual decent companies. I mean, Herbalife, whether you believe in, MLM, like you said, or not, it does give people, for example, a stay-at-home mom who wants an opportunity to have a job that they work when they want to work, and that kind of thing. There's an opportunity for people to do that with that company. So, and you're 100% right that, they're activist short sellers. For example, Mark Cahotis, I don't know if you've had any interaction with him. He did a lot of work, put the CEO of MyMedics in behind bars in prison for some of the nefarious things that he was doing. And he is what I would call an activist short seller. He works hard against companies who are doing terrible things, and Herbalife wasn't one of them. So I just think you're a very stand-up person for, again, using your platform, using your voice to defend them against the attacks that they were receiving. And it's not easy. It's not an easy position to put yourself in, especially when people seem to have buku bucks to use against you, and all of this like unlimited funding to sort of paint these narratives, and media in their pocket as well. So
Yeah, no, it's definitely a thing. Fortunately or unfortunately, I kind of like to fight and stir the pot, so it is actually kind of amusing to me. But I know not everybody's built like that. The only thing I would
the
say,
OG troll. I
I've got a
love
little, I've
that.
got, as much as of a nice person I am, I have a little bit of a, like, yeah, 10% troll in me.
I
So
love that. You and I are a lot alike. You and I are a lot alike.
so one thing, I just because I've been in this for so long, I think one thing to keep in mind, and I think that, as you guys navigate AMC and GME and whatever else comes next, is I think it's really important to understand the difference between trading strategies and investing strategies, and kind of make sure that they don't get conflated, because I think a lot of the things around short selling, and some of the squeezes and those are really trading strategies that's meant to identify an issue with an inefficiency in the market, and kind of get in and out of a stock, or to have, at least, like, especially like with Herbalife and whatnot, is to have some sort of a price target that says, okay, I'm seeing this issue with a short, I think it's wrong, whatnot, and here's where I think the true value is. I'm not much of a trader. I am really much more of a long-term investor. So I try to look at, what are growth rates for companies? Where do I think the companies are going to be in 5 years? What does that mean vis-a-vis valuation? And I think that if there's anything that I've witnessed, and I say this as somebody who is rooting for everybody to be wealthy, is that I think there is sometimes a conflation between a maneuver that's meant to be a trade versus something that's meant to be a long-term investment. So really keep an eye on, what it is that you think the intrinsic value for businesses are. What do you think are the price targets? What do you think are the growth rates? What do you think are these theses? And make sure they all foot. And it's really hard right now because the market, as I've talked about elsewhere, is highly distorted, with all the capital that's been pumped in by the Fed and the suppressed interest rates. But I do believe, as things potentially shift here over the next couple of years, it always comes back into play at some point in time. So I would just, when you're pursuing things, whatever those are, is ask yourself, like, am I doing this for a trade or am I doing this for a long term investment? And what are those disciplines and metrics around it that are the right things for me? Because you can't have a trading strategy over like a 5 year time horizon. That's an investment strategy. So just make sure that those tactics and strategies don't get conflated, if that makes sense.
Absolutely. Yeah. I think for me personally, it's still just, the reason I'm continuing to hold, through the ups and downs. And I know you were here in June, you were witnessing a lot of what was happening with AMC specifically. It's sheer principle for so many people that I've talked to on these calls and talked to in DMs and just on Twitter and everywhere. It's principle. It's the idea that these people were able to do what they did in last January, as far as the buy side being removed from the trade while people were still able to sell. We still don't know who was buying if we all, didn't have the ability to buy. So just interesting things that have taken place. And then it almost it almost makes it worse for, these people who claim to be hedge funds who come to Twitter to kind of bash what we're doing or bash the stock itself and all of that, because it makes a lot of us dig our heels in even further. So it's interesting. The social media dynamic definitely adds a whole new element to
Yeah.
the markets. And so it seems the spread of information is so immediate and so vast that you have people all over the world involved in this movement here. People who never even invested in the United States stock market are, all eyes on this situation and wanting to see how is it going to play out.
Yeah.
How is
No,
this going to play out?
I think it is. It's fascinating, and I think you guys are going to do what you do out of principle, and I think it's important that, like, regardless of what happens, whether it goes to the moon or it doesn't, that you keep investing and you keep taking those long term horizons. Because I'll tell you, as a long term investor, a lot of the things, the little manipulations that happen during the course of the day don't really impact me, because for me it's not, oh, did this person get in or did they front run this trade or whatever, because I'm holding something and I'm trying to hold it for 5 or 10 years. And so, not to say, I mean, obviously we want the markets to be as transparent, as efficient as possible, and we need to hold those things to account. But there's also, times when those things if you have a different perspective, don't impact you as much. So my advice would be to continue to, do what you're going to do, but also diversify your portfolio. Use what you've learned. Take both those trading and those investing strategies, apply them elsewhere, and you continue to build on what you've started, because you've started that foundation of wealth creation. This has been a tremendous entry point and learning opportunity for so many, and you're just getting started.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly right, Carol. And that is, I think, the biggest outcome for all of this is regardless of what happens, and there's no guarantees, especially in the stock market or investing in general, is that so many people have kind of, it's like the sleeping giant has awoke, and we are fully aware of how things kind of work and take place, and also that, you know, together we can implement some sort of change, and working together on hopefully regulations that help retail investors so that they have a chance at financial freedom through investing and through the stock market. And so I think that, I don't know, I just think it's been an amazing experience so far. I'm not done yet, that's for sure, and I know you're not done um, with the work that you're putting in. And so really quick, I do want to make sure that I give you a plug on your book. If you guys haven't, please make sure you're following Carol Roth. She's amazing, a wealth of information, and check out her book if you haven't. So yeah, with that said, I don't know if you still have time, if I can bring
Yeah,
request up.
let's take a couple quick questions before
Okay,
I have to jump.
awesome. You are amazing, Carol. I just appreciate you so much. I can't say it enough.
Well, and same to you, Tara. I mean, to see you take a leadership role, to host these discussions, to reach out, to be active. Keep doing what you're doing. I mean, the fact that you said, I mean, look at all the things you didn't know the markets. You had a fear of public speaking. You didn't have social media, and you've built so much in such a short period of time. It's just such a testament to, no matter what it is in life that you are fearful of, like just getting into action and doing, how it allows you to reinvent yourself, how it allows you to pursue opportunities and to make connections. So you are a role model, and people should aspire to do just like you went ahead and did. So kudos for that.
Thank you so much, Carol. That means a lot. Yeah, it's not always easy, but no one ever said it would be. So putting yourself out there, it can be scary and it can be challenging, but I recommend, if you're passionate about something, stand up and do something about it. Don't sit down, especially if people try to make you sit down. Stand up and be proud. So I appreciate that you do that, and yeah, just what you bring to the table, it's awesome. You're definitely an idol in my eyes.
Oh,
So
that's so
I look
kind.
I look up to you, and I hope, if anything, to kind of, I don't know, pursue the route that you're taking in a way, because I think you stand up for the underdogs, and that is something you, Charles Payne is, I mean, one of my biggest heroes in this entire thing, because he's so outspoken for the underdogs, for the people who are sort of voiceless. So I just
He's
appreciate
amazing,
that.
and I've been friends with Charles for a really long time. He's one of my longest standing media friends, and he's always been, standing up for the underdog. But I came from a middle class, blue collar family. Neither of my parents went to college. This opportunity was presented. I was able to take advantage of it. Beyond my wildest dreams, beyond my family's wildest dreams, and there's nothing I can't stand more than people who pull up the ladder behind them. If you've had that opportunity to climb the ladder, you bring your hand down, you bring other people up with you, because it doesn't take away from what you have. And so the people who climb up and want to pull it up behind them, I have utter disdain for them. So anyway, I'll just say that. All right, let's
Wow,
take a
that
couple
was very
questions.
well said. Very well said. Wow. Okay, DK, how's it going? Welcome.
Hi. All right. Hey, Carol, followed you for a while. We've disagreed and we've agreed, but I love you and I love what you do. That's why I follow you. So I'm going to talk fast because, like Tara, I often get cut off. This isn't AMC specific because we just hodl. That's easy. And there's two parts to this. One, I think maybe you'll want to talk to. Maybe one is not within your realm, but I want to say it
Sure.
while I have your ear. You talked about the paperwork and the stuff you had to go through with FINRA. I think I share a belief with a lot of retail investors that these self-regulating bodies are complete bullshit, that they're a front, that they're run by industry insiders who either are protecting the jobs they came from or looking for their next job, and that their rules and regulations are curtailed to be against the retail investor so that they are scared of investing their own money, so they have to go to the banks to invest money. And with that, my number one contention is the PDT rule, which with this stupid arbitrary 25K. I'm a small guy. I do fantastic with trading, with day trading, swing trading, with scalping. But every one of my biggest losses was because of this stupid PDT rule of 25K, this arbitrary number that is designed to trap people. There is no reason in my mind, and I'd love you to say otherwise, or to take my side. There's no reason to make a trader or somebody who's in the market be in a position where they can't sell for profit or they can't get out of a losing trade because of how much money they have. And to me, it is a disgusting disgrace that that rule exists because it is nothing but a poor tax. It's as predatory as payday loans. And it's so mind numbing because there are a million ways to lose money in the market. I can buy an option that will expire Friday for 24K and lose everything. It'll go to zero, but I can't day trade to protect me. That is so on the face of it disingenuous and dismissible out of hand. And I've lost more money due to that than anything else in the world. And like I said, I think that they love to quote this number where who knows where it came from of 90% of day traders fail. Well, I can't fucking imagine why. So
Well, I see
bring it
you're a
up
little
to you.
fired up about this. Listen, I'm with you, right? You could take all of your money. You could take 100 grand and go blow it on, cocaine and strippers. Well, I guess you can't blow it on cocaine because that's not legal. You could go blow it on strippers and gold toilets, whatever it is, and
Is
nobody
this
has
financial
any.
advice, Carol? I have to ask. I'm just kidding.
This is
It
not
is.
this is not financial advice. This is not a suggested portfolio move. But what I'm saying is, you can go buy whatever you want, and obviously you've spent that, and you've incurred the loss when you're done. So I don't understand what it is they're protecting people from. And unfortunately, because we are in this litigious society and government overregulation of everything. I mean, there's fantastic. I sit on the advisory board of a hedge fund that's not in the market. It's not correlated to the market, so everything they invest in is private. They invest in private real estate, financial litigation services. But they couldn't take somebody who's a quote unquote non-accredited investor's money, even though their returns are much less correlated to the market swings than investing in the market. So I'm with you. I'm a free marketeer. Caveat emptor. Do what you want. Unfortunately, one person does something and then they go crying and they want regulation. And this is, I think, part of the theme that we're talking about here is the downside. When somebody wants to do something, who does it end up hurting? And it ends up hurting the little guy like you and the other traders who just want an opportunity to participate in that wealth creation and are willing to take on the risks and understand that in the same way that you could do it if you went and went shopping and blew all the money. So I am on your side on that one.
You can borrow
It's
money from your friends. You can mortgage your house to open a bar. We know
Right.
what the fail rate of those
I
are.
do. I
They
do. It's
don't check
very
your
high.
bank account. They don't check your bank account when you buy a trip to Vegas to see if you qualify. And they don't say you can only bet $5. And if you bet more than three times, you're out.
You could buy a
right.
lot of lottery tickets and that money goes
It's
right to the states.
That's
it's
So
right.
just fucking disgusting. But anyway,
Agreed. 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 All right,
all
I can
right.
take one more question.
All right, Notorious, what's going on? Oh shoot, PJ. PJ's requesting. Hi,
Oh no,
Notorious,
I'll
can you hear
be
me?
yep, and I'll be very very quick. Carol, you're awesome. Thank you for everything on and off grid. Tara, amazing space call. Carol, the community on all ends and plays has been kind of all over the place, bizarre and rough because we're passionate humans. I just want to say thank you. You and Tara both, the info, questions, sharing has been awesome. It's really been awesome being in here. I'm out. Tara, excellent job. Thank
It's
you
all
all.
Carol. It's all
Thanks,
Carol.
dear.
And
Thanks, dear. No, it is not. It is not. This is a group effort. All right,
well, truly it is. The connections.
we'll take the one more.
Awesome. PJ, I wanted you here. Hey, girl.
Hi, guys. How are you? Thank you for having me. And I think I came in a little late. So I don't know if this was discussed, but I wanted to ask you, Carol, how is the recovery? Are you seeing recovery in small business?
Oh, I thought you
Yeah.
were going to say how I was being a recovering investment banker.
Oh,
Um,
no. Oh, that
total,
too, of course. But are you seeing any recovery in small business? And how might that relate to AMC specifically?
Yeah, so one of the big challenges that we have in the small business market, as I've talked about before, is really big and diverse. Right now, it's about 31.7 million small businesses in the US, of which most of those are solopreneurs. And then about 6 million of those have employees. And so the ones who really were affected the most were the consumer facing or those related to sort of the consumer facing businesses. So it might be that you're related to a trade show, or it might be that you're a restaurant or a salon or whatnot. The recovery is really challenging because, first of all, obviously, all the things that happen in COVID and being targeted, but the long tail impacts of inflation, which, based on a lot of surveys that have been done, NFIB and Goldman Sachs and a few other places, inflation has become one of the biggest issues for small business. On top of that is labor, being able to access people to work. And we have major structural issues in the labor force that kind of started before COVID, but the decisions made by the government in COVID really accelerated those. Um, and then obviously the supply chain. And then with Omicron and a lot of these big companies not letting people go back into the office, you have these downtown areas and urban areas that basically thrive, on people working in office buildings. So if you're somebody who's got a coffee stand or a lunch restaurant or a retailer that's dependent on people going into these urban centers and they're not, that is going to be an issue. So the challenge from a small business perspective is because so many people have started small businesses because they wanted to stay home or whatnot. A lot of the stories of what's happening to small businesses are getting buried within the macro numbers, but it is a huge challenge, and it's going to continue to be a huge challenge as we continue to see rising inflation, as interest rates likely continue to creep up, as we have these structural issues with labor and so on and so forth. And certainly it's not all small businesses, but the ones that are in those particular areas that have been hard hit, and have the same things kind of going over and over again. It's really been a slug for them. So you can support them by really directing your dollars towards them and being more thoughtful about how you spend your capital.
Thank you. That was awesome. I thought of the question because I read an article this morning that came out yesterday or the day before about AMC and how the Spider-Man movie is still drawing people in droves. And I thought, about the workforce, the labor force, and about how there's massive shortages across the country of
Towards
workers. And I thought about how some restaurants are still at, 40
Yeah.
or 50% capacity. And here are our movie theaters pretty much packed. And I thought, well, that's, to me it was very interesting. I mean, I don't know if there's mask requirements or anything, and in those places, but to still go and sit somewhere for 2 hours, I thought was amazing, and I think it shows some sort of revival that is trying to happen.
Yeah, and you'll continue to see the switch. We had a very heavy spend on goods, which is only, services is 70% of the economy. So we had a really big switch to goods when people were bunkered down. And even in the last, the spending report, which was down overall, services had a 1% tick up. So I think you're going to see experiences and services continue to come back online because people really are craving those. And, as we move further and further in, barring any, God forbid, other crazy thing that happens. I do think that from a consumer spend point, it really is going to be a big shift towards the services and experience end of the spectrum. So
And I think that's exciting because I think those folks need it the most because, as we said prior, they were hit the hardest.
yeah, very
I
true.
just really quick want to say, I know Carol has to get out of here. I just saw that Elon Musk tweeted about Denmark lifted COVID restrictions. They don't feel that COVID is a threat to society any longer. So good news, bullish news, in my opinion, for markets. So I just wanted to say that really quick in case you didn't see it yet, Carol. I wanted to be able to provide you some sort of value or information.
I appreciate that because I'm running from this into another meeting, so I probably won't be able to check the Twitter sphere till later tonight. So appreciate the update. But Tara, thanks again for inviting me and providing really interesting prompts. I hope that everybody learned a lot about family offices and RIAs and legislation and all of that, and that was was helpful insights, and that we can continue to the dialogue.
I would love that. I would definitely love to do this again. I appreciate you taking the time. I know you have a busy schedule and a lot on your plate. So taking the time to do this here with us is amazing. And I love the fact that these calls are recorded so people can listen back in case they weren't here live. And it's also streamed on YouTube as well by Spence, who often co-hosts or hosts these calls with me, and PJ and several others. So thank you again, Carol. I appreciate it. And if you guys aren't, please make sure you're following Carol. Go follow her. Check out her book. I'm definitely getting a copy, and I am so excited to just dive in even further and learn more about all of this. So thank you.
No, my pleasure. Thanks again for having me. And just my parting words to everybody is, there's no reason why you cannot participate in economic freedom and wealth creation. So keep doing what you're doing. Keep a focus. Be right now, especially long-term greedy. Like, inflation's going on. If you can cut back some of your spending and do more investing and building your wealth from the future, it's a really, really important time to be doing that and protecting your opportunity to build wealth for yourself and your family. So I am in your corner. Anything that you need, just give me a shout, and look forward to connecting with all of you more.
Wow, great. Thank you so much again, Carol.
All right. Take care, everybody. Bye.
You too.
Bye. Thank you.
I think, PJ, if you're up for it, we could keep the call rolling for a little bit if people want to come up and chat and just discuss, kind of what we were just on topic about, or we can just talk about other things as well. I haven't been on one of these, hosting myself for a while, so I'm surprised it only kicked me out one time. I'm actually outside where I have, it seems, better connection, so I think that's helping. But PJ, what's your time like today?
I can absolutely do it now for an hour, hour and a half at that. Um, but I want to say, how cool was that? I'm so sorry I missed. I'm so sorry I missed it, and I'm going to go back to listen to it because I really wanted to learn about the family funds. However, she's so right when she says, "Build your wealth now. Be long-term greedy." That was brilliant. She needs to coin that term because we are blessed to be in this mess right now because we won't be in this mess 5 years or 10 years from now. I know it. So you can
Yeah,
make a co-host,
100%.
Tara, if you want. I'm fine with that.
Yes. Let me get you to do that. I'm trying to see my screen out here in the sunshine. I mean, I'm not complaining. The sun's out, which is awesome, but it's hard to see. I think I got you. There we go. Awesome. And if anybody else, I can't see requests, but it's saying that there are 4 requests. So PJ, hopefully you're able to see them and get people up here.
Okay, there's Mark, Spence, Paul, Will, and Federico.
I'm so sorry, guys, if you had been waiting. My phone, again, doesn't work right. So, yeah, I'm sorry I couldn't get you guys up here if you were requesting while Carol was still here.
Thank you, Tara, for hosting the space call. My question is, she did the Herbalife movement thing where that had a squeeze and she made tons of money. What I wanted to ask Carol, how big was that in terms of how many investors they had into it, and potentially what our squeeze would be like compared to Herbalife?
Yeah, I have not done, research or even looked into Herbalife. I wasn't even aware that they had any sort of a squeeze, but it sounds like she definitely was on the right side of the play when she threw it out early, and they ended up turning the company around and kind of, she said, caught some people on the wrong side of the trade, which is sort of what we've, seen happen with AMC and GME. But I have no idea as far as how big the float is. And how many investors were involved. And I can't remember, but I think she said it was around 10 years ago.
Yeah, so she's correct. It was around 10 years ago. I remember it.
Yeah,
I
that would
want to.
definitely be interesting. Sorry, go ahead, PJ.
That's okay. Herbalife was our friend John Hempton. He was very involved in that short and then that long. And that's all I know. But I remember it was like a month and a half ago. I read a really interesting piece on it, and his name came up. So that being said, that's all I remember of it. But I think it'll be really cool to actually give it another look
Yeah,
today, and maybe Mark can speak
it'd be
to it
great to
if
be
he
able to do
knows.
the comparison because I'm pretty sure we're well oversold. The question is, as far as numbers are concerned, it's a squeeze play. Everybody's got their numbers. But if we can generally get more around more or less what their numbers were, we could kind of figure out what's a good number for us.
I don't know. Maybe Spence can speak to that, or Tara. I don't know if we should even think about numbers, because I think Herbalife was extremely different. I mean, it's a different industry altogether, and I think we always have to remember that no matter the numbers, there's still that industry behind the numbers and how that industry would sit, and especially in our time of post COVID and naked shorting and movie theaters and popcorn, and maybe Spence can speak to that, or Tara.
Correct. I agree with you. It is totally a different industry, but that just strengthens our point on our industry because we're over 100 years old. And what do they say? And with the company doing the NFTs and branching out to become popcorn sellers in markets, our company's looking good future wise, right? So I would think our squeeze would be a lot greater than what Herbalife is. I just want to get more or less what numbers would that be?
Yeah, I wouldn't. I don't know. I have no idea. I mean, I know the numbers of Volkswagen. I know how much that was shorted, um, and I know how that squeeze happened. I don't know much about the Herbalife squeeze, except of course that it was banned in the United States. I personally remember that, which is why I decided to do the research on it. Someone had brought it up, and to my surprise, there was John Hempton involved. But I don't know, and maybe we can, check it out. But I really would caution anybody to think of a number that has to do with a different squeeze, because I think they're all different.
Yeah, you can't predict
Sounds
all
good.
the different variables of everybody trading, the number of traders that are in AMC compared to Herbalife. Um, you can speculate all day, but everybody will be wrong, and it's bad to try to give any price targets on a squeeze. So But
All
you're
right,
right
thanks.
on the fundamental business practices of AMC, Federico. The popcorn and the increased movie attendance and the new streams of revenue that are being generated are very good.
Exactly.
I would have loved to ask Carol what she thought about the new BSTX exchange, considering the issues that she's faced in the past with companies and trading. I'm wondering what her stance on blockchain is, because I like her post on her political stance when it comes in terms of the financial market. That
Oh,
and I
she'll
would,
be the first person I follow on Truth Social, that's for sure.
right on.
Her and
Well,
Charles Payne. Well, I would love to actually have her and Mark connect on, a discussion about that. I think that would be amazing to hear both of their perspectives. I mean, they both come from a lot of experience in the markets. So I think that would be, and she even mentioned, people like Mark, not Mark by name, but people like Mark who do short companies for the right reasons. And not the wrong reasons, like she felt was happening with Herbalife. So, and that's why she made the stand that she did. So I think that would be really interesting. I'm also really excited to hear that John Hempton may have been on the bad side of that trade. That really makes me happy if that's the case,
I
PJ.
don't know
But
if he was on the bad side or the good, but he was definitely involved in that short, and I believe he was long in that as well.
okay, it's nothing personal, or maybe it is. I don't know. But he really lost it on me the other day when I had commented on CEO Adams' tweet and just said, we helped save AMC. We want help saving the stock from manipulation. And he went absolutely berserk. It was the same day that we were discussing the BSTX exchange and potential now for digging into that further and showing CEO Adam it's indeed not illegal. Like he said, it may be. So what can we do as far as potentially offering, a one-to-one security token per share of AMC that is supposed to exist? That was the initial idea. That would still be the idea, put forth. So hopefully, maybe he's digging into it. Maybe he's, this is all so brand new. I feel that it's going to be a lot of information to process. But we'll see what happens. I'm not losing hope. I'm still long on AMC. I'm not giving up. And that's just me, obviously not financial advice for anybody else. And everybody has to do what's best for themselves. So that's another thing I've been dealing with behind the scenes is people coming out of the woodwork to let me know that they feel that, I'm misleading people. I'm doing this and I'm doing that. Well, number one, I don't view myself as a leader. I'm someone who does have a platform now, thanks to all of you, but we are each leaders. We are each our own leaders. We have each, I didn't get people into this trade per se. Maybe some people, did overhear these calls or see tweets of mine that opened their eyes to it and made them want to invest. But I didn't tell people invest in this, or do this. I'm not a financial advisor. Everyone here is clear on that. It's just something that I'm passionate about, especially because of last January. But majority of people who follow me were already invested in AMC before they ever knew my name. And again, I'll say it again and again and again that we are all nonconformists. Deke said it here with Carol that, they make finance so hard and so difficult and so challenging that it forces your hand to go to a financial advisor to say, here, just do it for me. When in reality, we are all in control of ourselves and we can all be nonconformists and say, no, I'm going to invest in this. This is what I believe in, even if a financial advisor is telling you not to. A good friend of mine who I knew through gaming last year, I had told him about AMC and the situation. He was already invested in some other stocks, including Sundial and some other things that were sort of popular at the time. And I said, I'm heavy into AMC. I'm really involved in what happened with the buy button and the whole situation. So he went out on a limb and bought some calls against his financial advisor's wishes. His financial advisor said, don't do it. Don't touch that stock. And he did it anyway. I don't remember. I think he put in, I think he said around 3,000 or 3,500 in calls and ended up, when we had the massive run up, making over $100,000, which was more money than he had ever seen in his life. He was extremely thankful that I had mentioned it. So, I mean, it's a toss up. You can look at it two ways. But it's a lot of pressure at the same time. And, being threatened with lawyers getting involved and, securities laws and that I'm doing this and that. I do believe it's an attempt to try to get me to be quiet, but I'm not going to. If they want to try to come at me with lawyers, then come at me. I'm not going to stop using this platform for what I've been using it for, since March. It's not gonna end anytime soon. Threats and all.
I think CEO Adam owes the investment community in AMC another tweet on the circumstances of the BSTX being approved and vindicating Mark and not saying that what we were doing was likely illegal. I really believe CEO Adam needs to speak up on that.
I hope he does. I hope he sets the record straight. I do know that there wasn't an 8K form filed for that particular tweet, which I still find very interesting. So I really hope he does.
Well, when the first big company joins and then the secondary companies join this exchange, and it becomes, in my opinion, the gold standard of exchanges, and then you see the other exchanges, the legacy exchanges, decide that they want to get on board. I mean, blockchain's inevitable, and I really would love to see AMC and CEO Adam be able to go, we as a company are on the forefront of market fairness and transparency by joining the BSTX.
And that's still a possibility, in my opinion. I mean, it's still a possibility. I know he said what he said, but now this is undeniable truth, that this is now an SEC approved platform. So, or not platform, exchange. I'm sorry. I see Mark's in here. I don't know if he's able to talk.
He does
Oh,
have the mic.
Paul. Okay. Hi, Mark. Oh, he's disconnecting. And Paul's here too. I don't want to take up. I've been talking and my throat hurts, so I'll let you guys kind of take the floor for a little bit.
Well, first, Tara, it's really great to see you hosting a call again. I think it's great. And I really love that you brought a special guest. Carol was awesome. That's all I can say is awesome. I don't know how you did it, but I'm really happy you did. And I hope
She actually, Paul, funny story, she actually reached out to me because she saw this long thread that I pinned up at the top about family offices.
that is
So she
wonderful.
reached out to me and said, I noticed that you're, digging into this, and I happen to know quite a bit about that subject if you're interested in chatting. And I said, yeah, definitely. I think a lot of people would love to hear what you have to share. So yeah, it was awesome of her to, do me, I guess, like, give me the opportunity to host her. I just feel honored, truly.
Absolutely. And it's your ability to bring people together that allowed your platform to have as many followers as you do, which is wonderful. And it allows people to come and contact you and spread information that was positive. And I learned a lot. I learned a lot from Deke's question. I thought that was amazing. But that was really why I got on here. I just wanted to thank you for that. And also, Mark, it was really nice seeing the first train load of crow come out on Friday. And I think that was awesome. Anyways, that's all I really had to say. Thanks, Tara. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Paul. I really appreciate it. And I really appreciate how involved you've become in all of this. Your voice is always so positive. I don't know what it is about when you come up and talk in here. There's like this level of comfort that I feel with you as a person. And I think it's the way you carry yourself and your positivity. It's just, I don't know. I just appreciate you, and I appreciate you being a part of all of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Tara. Maybe you know what, for the people in the call, like I'm pretty close to Mark's age. I'm like 60 years old, so I've been through a lot, been through the wars. Can't say I've seen everything, but
The
I
invention
have.
of the wheel. The
Well,
first
you know what?
airplane.
No. Actually, it was the when the two sticks got rubbed together and fire started. That's really when I started.
Whoa, we could do a whole history lesson.
No. There's too many dark secrets there. I don't want to give up.
Oh, that's
but
funny.
but yeah, it's awesome, and I really appreciate Tara. I appreciate PJ and Spence and everybody in here. Flip everybody. I think you guys, Swing Trader. That's who I'm seeing on the screen at the moment. I mean, you guys are something else. The knowledge base alone is just. I learned so much from all of you, and pretty much everybody in this call. And it's incredible the phenomenal information everyone has, and even those who disagree, which is perfectly fine. It opens up other areas of knowledge that allow us to explore, and those who, myself included, I'm going down a certain path, maybe I'm not going down the right path, or I am going down the right path, but it's everyone in this community that allows that to happen, every single one of you. So that's it. Thank you very much, and I'll just sit back and listen.
Thanks, Paul. Hope everything's going good in Canada, man. Seeing some pretty rough news.
Well, well, if you're talking about the Ottawa thing, yeah, I mean, I don't live in Ottawa. I live about 8 hours away from there, but they got something to say. I think it's expanded from what the original thing was, which is fine. Everybody is just frustrated with COVID, the restrictions,
Hey,
and
the good news coming out of Denmark has me really hopeful, though,
well,
and maybe
oh
maybe
yeah,
Canada will take note
now, well,
in the United States.
it's going to come. It's going to come. Obviously, it's going to come. I mean, I'm not saying anything bad here when I say that the variant, and there was an article, I think there's 174 new variants out. It's going to be tailing off. Life's going to get back to normal. Everybody's going to go out. Everybody's going to have a good time, but myself, and I'll just be honest here. I don't know if I'll get rid of the mask. I've gotten so used to wearing it that I think, well, that's pretty cool. But when it first started, I was so resistant of it because I thought it was stupid. But
I hate it more than anything in my
I wear
life.
it as a disguise now, just so no one recognizes me and says, "Are you terrible from Twitter?"
yeah,
No,
there
I'm
you
just
go. There you go. No, it's true though. Like, I'm not saying I mean, I am looking forward to get rid of it, but it's just, I don't know, it's going to be different, and I know good times are coming regardless of how the markets are going, and all those negative things we're hearing about. Some of those negative things are positive for us, but good times are still going to come back. We are going to live. Be nice to one another if you can. Do the best you can as a person. Take care of anybody, like that's all. Like if you can do it, do it. Like, it's nothing off your back. I'll give you a quick short um, story about me. So my wife's a travel agent, and we travel lots, we used to travel lots. That'll come back. And and for me, I didn't get, like, wherever we went, like Atlanta or Toronto or even Vietnam and different places. I used to not give money to the homeless people, but I would stop and spend 5-10 minutes talking to them, getting their story, and treating them as a human being. And they matter. I understand they have problems, but they matter. And so that's my story, and I encourage people to do more of that if possible. Okay, so I'm going to step down now because you got other guests coming up, and there you go. Well, I'll just turn off the mic. I like to be part of the panel, though.
I love that, Paul. I really appreciate that as well. And it's kind of funny. I don't really share this story, but I a few times, have seen people, especially when it's cold out, who obviously, are homeless, who live out, on the streets. And I've bought them food. One woman was telling me a whole story about how she used to be a teacher, and she came into McDonald's with me. I asked her to, and they didn't want her there. And I said, no, you can come in if you're with me, and they won't say anything. And I bought her I bought her food and just talked to her, and it seemed like that's all she really wanted was, some sort of human connection, to feel human again, and not like, a straight animal or something that, people just look right through or look right past, and that can be everything for somebody. You never know what people have gone through in their lives or what has led them to that point. So I try not to judge. I try not to prejudge people on what, you just never know. And I'm not saying, that you should excuse people for certain, things, but at the same time, judging never usually pans out well. But thank you, Paul, for sharing that. Really quick, I want to welcome Joe Martin. Hi, how are
Hey,
you?
good. How's it going, group?
Amazing. It's awesome to have you in here. So you're a investor in AMC?
Yeah, definitely.
That's
Actually,
awesome.
even before everything went nuts.
Wow.
Yeah.
So when did you initially get into AMC specifically? I'm just curious.
AMC, I've actually had at least a portion of stock since the Great Recession. So like back in like 2010.
Wow.
The
Yeah.
original OG.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
I think,
it was
yeah,
one of
you're
those
the longest holder
it
that
was
I know.
one of those companies that there was a million of them, right? That went down to like a couple of bucks, and then obviously, everyone knew it was going to come back, but massive layoffs of it. So
Yeah, that's awesome. Well, and so you also said that you know Carol, or you and Carol have
yeah,
interacted.
we connected when I was with Adobe, like, I don't know, 9 years ago, and kind of just been long time Twitter follower connections. But yeah, that was great. So many things going on, but like couple of your points, like with the homeless situation you mentioned, I think even just like eye contact and a smile, is like so crucial. Like sometimes we'll feel bad if we can't like help that situation. But like even just acknowledging their humanness, like you said, is really crucial. Um, and Paul, I think, it's January. I'm in Utah. I think the stuff going on in Canada is people are just tired of the 109 days of that January is. It's really cold. It's smoggy in here in Utah, and we're all just ready for the warm weather. January makes people do crazy stuff.
Well, everybody's welcome to come visit me in Albuquerque, get some green chili and some sunshine, man.
But you know what? The beauty of the AMC stuff is, I think Carol made this point, but it just brought awareness. And you kind of said this too, Tara. It's one of those like moments where it brings awareness to not just what's going on, with SEC stuff, but also just trading in general. Like I feel like a lot of people learned about trading and kind of jumped on the bandwagon. But that was, really important to like educate everybody, not just kind of an elite group, of how to trade and how to get stuff done.
Hey, Joe, do you mind if I ask you a question about the new markets being approved?
I don't know if I have a great answer. I'm not like super connected.
Just an opinion,
but yeah.
Actually. Have you heard of the BSTX blockchain exchange being approved by the SEC? And I wondered what you thought about it.
I have not heard about it. I have advised a couple of blockchain companies, mostly on marketing though, to like help with their funding and kind of getting some awareness. But I know a lot of companies or a lot of ideas who just didn't, and actually a lot were founded by lawyers that were just like, we just don't have like the endurance to go through the SEC kind of regulations, and so they kind of just like bailed on their ideas. So yeah, it's a continual conversation, but really interesting to kind of see how it all rolls out.
Do you think blockchain is going to persist? Do you think it's going to be a big future element, or do you think it'll be sort of a bubble, like kind of how I won't say the internet, the web, but do you think it's going to persist into the future?
It will for sure. I did a poll on my Twitter the other day, and I asked what people thought the future technology would be. 50% of people said artificial intelligence was number one. I think blockchain was number two. Quantum computing was number three, and then metaverse was kind of number four. I can tell you, like, from the corporate side, having worked at big companies, companies don't even know how to do mobile yet. So, like, quantum computing needs like Google or like, IBM's invested in it, but needs kind of like a big company to pay for all of that. The beauty of blockchain is that it provides a nice like startup ecosystem. But I still think you need like a big company to kind of jump in and go in on it. And that may be Facebook. They've kind of doubled down on metaverse and the tokens that are kind of associated with that. So, I think there's some momentum there for sure.
Cool. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. I'm not sure if Tara can talk. I seen the host had a connection issue. Tara, can you hear us?
I can.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm like in and out, but I'm listening. I just have to do a couple things, but I don't want to end the call because there's so many people still here and people up here with their hands up. And also, this is my first time getting a chance to have a conversation and hear what Joe Martin has to add. So I just appreciate you coming into the call.
Absolutely. And I got to drop, guys, for my next meeting, but glad I could jump in. And nice job, Tara.
Thank you for
Thank you,
coming,
Joe.
Joe.
See you guys.
It's awesome to meet you. And it's just, honestly, when you meet someone like Joe and they come in here and you see, okay, he is a marketing lead for Adobe and he's invested and believes in AMC, it kind of just reminds me of why I'm so convicted in this play. I've been dealing with some real punks lately. As some of you may know, I try to keep it off the feed as much as possible, but it can be really disheartening, and you start to almost let it get in your head and think, are we just crazy? Or are we onto something? And then you hear from someone like that and you go, yeah, no, we're not crazy. There are over 4 million people invested, not to mention how many people are rooting for us and cheering for us from the sidelines, family members, friends, or people who just believe in what we're trying to do here. So I know we're not crazy. It's hard sometimes to drown out the noise and ignore the haters, but yeah, you can't win them all over, and obviously people have, a vested interest in the opposite or the downside of this trade, which is unfortunate. It's unfortunate for them, and it's not really my problem. So it seems that they come to me because I have this platform here. So it's too bad. Anyway, enough about that. I'll try not to waste more time on it, but
I would love to piggyback off of that for a second,
go
Tara.
ahead,
And
PJ.
Joe, he actually, I was surprised to see that that he's long on AMC, and I was super surprised to hear how long he's holding. And I think he is truly invested as we are. But what I want to point out is it's years and years. And I think a lot of the younger investors and the people that are new to investing, like my nephew, seems to think it's going to happen overnight. And he just did his taxes and lost a decent amount of money this year because he didn't hold SPY long enough and took a hit on SPY when it was hitting all-time highs. So hold, guys, whatever it is you have, if it's worth it, hold it. And AMC is worth it.
They definitely play on our emotions in that regard, PJ, and that's why I love that that quote that says, basically something along the lines of the market's designed to take money from impatient people and give it to patient people, and it's kind of something along those lines. I don't remember exactly what it is, but and it's the truth. I feel like if they can play on your emotions and get you to sell low, you're going to take a hit, and then next thing you know, it's a pendulum. It seems, I don't know. People want to convince me that AMC is just going to keep dropping forever and go to zero and all of these things, but they've been saying this since last January and it hasn't happened. So, I mean, I guess, yeah, the risk is mine to take, but why do they care?
It didn't go to zero when they had the most power to make it go to zero. And that was my other question I wanted to ask. Was about governorships and how much emergency powers governorships have to say in each state that you can open a bar, but you can't open a movie theater. You can sell liquor, but you can't sell popcorn at a theater. I thought for Carol, that would have been a really good question for her. The powers of the governorship in each state and how emergency powers affect small businesses. Because my state, Michigan, my hometown, was absolutely obliterated. We had 2 dams break right during COVID because of a rogue dam owner from Boyce Hydro. The guy is an absolute scumbag. And then the governor came in and basically shut down all our small businesses at the same time. So I would have loved to see what Carol had to say on that.
It sounds like she's going to come back again in the future. I thoroughly enjoyed having her, so I hope so. And I hope Mark can be here on the next one. I know he said he was requesting and it wasn't working, so it's
I'm
unfortunate.
here on this one.
I
You
know.
hear me
I
on
hear
this
you
one?
now. Yeah, but I couldn't get you when Carol was here, and that bums me out. But hi,
Well,
Mark. How are you?
I'm excellent. I have priorities. I was listening to the new Raider coach and the new Raider general manager. One has priorities in life. And I'm
I see.
very
I see.
optimistic.
Raiders are number
I'm,
one. Well, Max is number one. Raiders are number two. I'm learning, Mark. I'm learning.
you're in the top 10.
Wow.
But right now, the crow shoving down people's throat and up their ass exercise is one day closer. That's all I know.
Oh my
Every
gosh, can we
time I
just keep
And
it
listen,
this and this
PG?
and
Can we please keep it PG?
there is someone who's on this thing listening, Clarence Schwab. Clarence, I bought a ton of OSTKO today. You're going to be more than fine with the overstock. We're grinding the gears, and I'm thawing the crows out. I had the crows frozen. They're now getting thawed.
the most
Sounds like a plan.
the most
Oh my goodness.
engagement the most engagement on the YouTube videos was directly when Mark said he was going to shove crow up people's bums.
I'm gonna
Oh my
shove
goodness.
it so far up their asses they're not even gonna know what to do. And
Oh
then
my
we're and
okay.
then we're
Okay.
eventually
No
then
PG. We'll just keep it R rated. Okay, great.
and then we're gonna find Lord Fed and we're gonna turn him into a crow. We'll tar and feather him. That
Oh my
guy.
goodness. Is that why his name is Fed? Because he's gonna get fed so much crow? It all makes sense now. It's all adding up.
I mean, some of these guys should just be absolutely ashamed of themselves. I mean,
Well, so
just
he's the one who's threatening me with that I'm breaking securities laws, and his securities lawyers are involved and have said
right.
in multiple instances, I've broken the law because of my love for AMC stock, apparently. Unfortunately, where he's from, maybe that's the case. Where I'm from, we have the First Amendment, which gives us the freedom of speech. So,
Yeah,
welcome to the United States, buddy.
I got a
So
feeling those guys from the UK that are Lord Fed and the harassers that we've faced, they're all part of White Square, who took a massive hit from GME.
well,
Because Moonshot UK, Lord Fed, all those guys seem to
they're
be operating in the
they're
same way in the same area.
they're all clowns. And just about these trolls, someone reached out to me over the weekend and sent me some stuff on my old pal Travis, who kept dropping F-bombs on me. And he said, Travis, they sent me information where he was evicted from his apartment, has no place to live.
I don't want to get
Okay,
into all this. Not here, Mark. I
no.
really don't
The only
want
thing
to.
I'll say to that is all these trolls who pretend they're people who they're not, including Lord Fed. All these guys are complete and utter posers. There's nothing to them. For all I know, Lord Fed gets his Wi-Fi at McDonald's. He takes his shower at the Planet Fitness and is just a complete fake. So anyone who threatens people like this, like he does to you on Twitter, it's just all bark, just complete bark. And someone also who uses an anonymous tag has no legal standing on anyone. Just so you know.
Yeah, anonymous tag, anonymous name, face, everything. So yeah, I mean, I'm not, like I said here already, you know, I've received enough threats on here that I'm not going to stop. I'm not going to sit down and shut up like they want me to. But what's really interesting about it is how relentless they are and how much they want to see that happen. I have screenshots of him communicating with other people, you know, saying, we'll help you get her to go away. And it's like, why is this someone's goal to come here to get someone to go away? It just doesn't, it's not adding up for me. So obviously he claims he's, you know, short on AMC and shorting it some more. I don't know. I don't know what the case is, but it's just it's a really weird place to be for me sometimes. But I'm not gonna, you know, live in fear and not use my voice. I've been here for months. I've been here longer than he has. So I'm not giving up now, that's for sure. Anyway, I wanted to get to some of the people who have been waiting. I know Swing's been waiting with his hand up a while. How you doing, Swing? What's going on?
Hey, doing well. Just something that I wanted to share earlier, when everyone was talking about Herbalife, is that Herbalife squeeze was actually also a fight between Carl Icahn and Bill Ackman of Pershing Square. So you had two billionaires going at it when it came to that short squeeze. So there was yes, little John Hamptons may have been involved, and lots of other people may have been involved too. But you also had Carl Icahn and Bill Ackman going at it, one on the long side, one on the short side. I think Bill was short and Carl Icahn was long, if I remember right. But anyway, there's actually a documentary about it that's pretty interesting for anybody that wants to dive into that.
About Herbalife?
Yeah, I just found some good YouTube stuff on it, actually.
About Herbalife and the Herbalife squeeze.
Awesome.
It's all
Thank
coming
you.
back to me now, Swing. You were right about Ackman and Eichmann.
Swing's always got the down low, man. I think Swing's actually, dude, are you actually an AI and you know everything, or are you a real person?
I'm wise enough to know that I know nothing. How about that?
Definitely AI.
And you know what? You know what that tells me, Swing? That you're smart AF.
Yeah, I think it. Of course, I'm having a brain fart on his name. One of the most popular astrophysicists in the world right now, and he said, "Knowing enough to think you're right, but not knowing enough to know you're wrong," is one of my favorite quotes. So, Swing embodies that. He definitely speaks on what he knows for sure. So, always awesome having Swing, man.
All right, you guys. I think it is Ape, then Gordon.
I was gonna really quick. I was gonna add to what you were just saying. This quote that says, intelligence isn't knowing everything." Oh shoot, I lost it. Where did it go? I was trying to memorize it. It says intelligence isn't knowing everything. It's the ability to challenge everything you know. And that kind of goes hand in hand with what you were kind of just saying, Spence. Sorry, go ahead. And thank you, PJ and Spence, for co-hosting and helping me keep things in order. My brain is fried right now.
I'm sorry. That was Neil deGrasse Tyson that quoted that, what I said.
I love that guy.
Okay, so I think it's Ape Moon, Gord 11, I think it is, and then Anime Hash Girls, and then Sugar.
Hey, how's everybody doing? Can you hear me okay?
Yep, loud and clear.
All right, thanks. Yeah, I'm usually listening in and appreciate you guys, holding these spaces, taking the time out of your day to do this almost every day. Spence, Tara, PJ, and when Mark can jump in, really appreciate the insights. I was finishing my MBA degree in 08, 09, so I kind of got a crash course into my first, trades, and saw the Netflix is down at like $3 and all that kind of stuff. So I've been doing the market since that time, but by no means have any experience the depth of like a Mark for sure. But with the influence that you have around you, I'm thinking about like what each person has in their own inner circle. Who are the closest 10 people you know who you could make a phone call to say, hey, you know, your coworker, you know, your friend who's such and such. Like, obviously, to someone like Mark, this is kind of one of the higher ends. You know, I'm thinking about Tara with your reach. Like, how do I don't have any reach, so I'm just postulating here. What precipitates a movement that can say, hey, Adam Aaron, wake the hell up and look at what's going on with your company. I'm glad you're selling popcorn and I'm bullish about it. It's awesome. But look at what's going on. You have the reins. You need to do something. What paper do I need to sign? Who do I have to call? What is the next step? I know Mark kind of goes to this area once in a while, which is like, how do we take action? How do we, you know, formulate ourselves into a needle point? What's the next move? How do we make something happen here?
It's called a class action lawsuit. File one. Well, and I'm hoping that Adam Aaron is in the background since he's being so quiet lately, and it seems like he's fallen back off of the movement and the support of the retail investors. I'm hoping he's doing something, but public opinion is what's going to win the day, and that's like what Tara was saying earlier. These people that claim that they're these hardcore AMC ape investors and they're on Twitter, there's the ones that are spending more time attacking Tara and Mark and me instead of engaging with Adam Aaron and going after Ken Griffin are the problem right now. The T0 STO NFT dividend plan would have done exactly what everybody wanted to do, and they harassed us over it nonstop. Even Adam Aaron tweeted without filing an 8K saying it's most likely illegal. And now we have the BSTX exchange approved by the SEC, partnered with the technology at T0, and there's no comments. The blockchain exchange is the way to go for AMC.
Yeah, I mean, if we can get a security token for every single share that's in existence, then we will that would be ultimately the best version of a share count. I mean, it would tell us it would flush out any synthetic shares. Those would have to be covered. And blockchain is traceable, it's trackable. Everything that's on the blockchain, you know, is trackable. And so I think, you know, that tweet really just keeps replaying in my mind, and just especially the part where it says, be careful about listening to people who, you know, have grandiose ideas or whatever. I can't remember the exact verbiage, but it was like,
too good to be true.
Yeah, things that are too good to be true. Well, now it's approved. Is it too good to be true? I don't think so. Blockchain is definitely the way of the future. I do see, you know, Adam taking some initiative and doing the Spider-Man NFT, which was a huge hit. I think that was amazing. So there are moves in the right direction. And in the last earnings call, if you guys do remember, he mentioned an AMC crypto, an AMC cryptocurrency. So is there a potential that behind the scenes, he's already got something in the works? Could this be almost seen as like we've foiled the plot in a way? Could he be putting out a statement to say, you know, that idea is off the table? Doesn't mean all ideas are off the table. No. So right now, I think it's, you know, as much as I feel we need to take action, I think raising our voices so he is aware that he's not just getting, you know, this 100% like we're happy where we're at right now. That's important. Attacking him, threatening to, you know, sue or whatever, that is not where I want to go, not at this point. So I don't want to be, you know, lumped with people who do go on the attack if that's what people choose to do. I don't support that. Raise your voice in a positive, productive way. Tell him what we want as shareholders, what we're looking for as shareholders. Attacking him and calling names or whatever, that's not productive. It's not helpful. And if anything, I would hate to see him go dark on Twitter like he did years back. I would like him to stay here, stay in communication with us, and know that, you know, he has so much support and so many people backing him up. if he can just do some sort of step in the right direction as far as getting better or getting down to the bottom of the, naked shorting and synthetic shares that we believe are in existence.
And here's
Jared,
with the with
sorry, oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Spence. I just wanted to say real quick. Apologies. Yeah, I agree with that 100%, Tara. And I wonder if him being so quiet lately is maybe he wants to reveal something. Maybe he's working on something so big or so important that it's just best to be quiet. And
I
earnings is coming
agree.
up, and maybe that's what's coming. He's made
And
his money built on
maybe it
our
can't be
support.
seen as a demand that was made by shareholders. Maybe it needs to be a business implementation that was
Right.
their own, rather than, hey, if you do X, it'll equal Y. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I'm sure there's so much involved there as far as securities laws and all of that, that they have to be extremely, zip-lipped about. So it's understandable. But at the same time, if he believes that we are complacent and that we are completely happy with the way things are, and that we're just saying, yay, Adam, we love you, you're the silverback, and not expressing what we would like to see happen, then we're almost hurting ourselves too. So if he's aware, productively made aware of what, I don't want to say demands we're making, but how we are feeling as a group, then, and you can go down his last tweet and you can see it's a very, very clear. It's not even a 50-50 anymore. This is like a 95 to 5% of people just speaking out and saying, we need to get to the bottom of this. Please, Adam, please help us.
Yeah. Yep. Appreciate it. I think if, as CEO, he made $50 million on his share sales recently. Imagine as a CEO, his legacy is now linked to this. There's no escaping it, right? If you were him, imagine you've made the money, right? Your reputation is going to be very closely linked to this current, 2-year period. Why not just go crazy and try to solve this? You've made your money. Try to solve it now. Who cares about the other stuff? Like, do it. Actually do it. And then you're an icon and a legend forever. I'll step down. Thanks, guys.
He
well
would also, though, not only would he be an icon and a legend, he would probably also be snubbed by every single friend or
Good
colleague that
point.
he's
Good
made
point.
over the 30 years. Yeah. But I mean, that's a choice he has to make. And that's a choice he'll have to make and he'll have to live with.
I'll say too, I'm a firm believer that the market reacted to the SEC approval of the blockchain exchange. I know everybody can say that's speculation, but we saw a market completely flip back today and then Friday a little bit right after this exchange approval went through, on the back of us requesting Adam Aaron on Mark and Tara's idea from months ago to do an STO with T0, right? Or an NFT dividend. Now that it's been approved by the SEC, I highly doubt, being this is a new thing, that AMC debt covenants have anything to say about it. I think, me personally as an investor, AMC should take the first step forward as a big company on the US stock exchanges to go to blockchain, get that stamp on their resume, and say, we as AMC believe in the fight for market fairness and transparency, and our retail investors do too. This is going to give us a share count, reveal naked shorts if they're there, which I believe they are, and it's going to make the company more stable. As a CEO, that's your job. You want to protect the company. So I don't understand. I hope he makes a statement on it soon. And I do agree that I really think he's probably doing something in the background. I just wish I could have more faith, but I do not trade on, just speculation alone on what a CEO is doing.
Exactly. Well, and that's the thing. If he was able to come out so publicly and shoot down the idea and even go as far as saying, be careful listening to people with ideas that are too good to be true and that kind of deal, then it tells me then he could easily come out and make any sort of, other statement as well without saying too much. One thing I think, again, was a huge miss was not sharing the GameStop movie on January 28th. I think that would have been that would have been, I don't know. I just wish sometimes he would prove me wrong in how I am starting to feel. And I think I'm not alone in that. And I don't want to be seen as the person who led the people to revolting against CEO Adam. But at the same time, if something is not done and soon, I fear that he will, squander this entire thing that has been built around AMC stock. And it wasn't built around him. He wasn't here. We all were here. He wasn't active on Twitter. It was built around the stock and saving the company and the movies in the process. So that's something that we need to keep in mind. We don't just need to blindly follow people. I didn't buy AMC based on who the CEO was. I didn't even know who the CEO was. So I know it's awesome, and I love parading him around as the silverback, and I think that was fun when it was being embraced by him. But the further he's kind of distanced himself from that, and for whatever reasons, and also from kind of mentioning certain things, it's just becoming too obvious to ignore, and also too frustrating for almost 100% of shareholders at this point.
Well,
Can
and
you
here's the first
imagine?
step. He needs to get his account verified. That's the first step
Agreed.
that needs to be taken from Adam Aaron, because you can't step up on Twitter and start talking about the democratization of Wall Street through postings on Twitter, engaging with your shareholder base, and then completely back off and disappear and only talk about a football game or two every now and then. You have to stay engaged. Elon Musk stays engaged, but he's got to get his account verified and show the world that, yes, I took the time to know that I am a public figure on here and I've been verified, and I'm going to keep continuous engagement with my investor base and not disappear. And I'm wondering, Tara, if his tweet about the NFT dividend and the STO being likely illegal without filing an 8K is the reason that he's backed off of Twitter a little bit. I don't know. It's really strange.
I have an idea, and I think it would be a great idea, like you said prior, Spence, if he would just say, we're AMC, we believe in market fairness and transparency. He should be putting this on his website, on his ticket stubs. I mean, and imagine the CEOs that would follow, because he's not the only one. And
Well, and
maybe that's what we should push for.
that's where I hope, like I said, I don't like to be naive in my trades. And I really hope he's doing what I think he's doing. I support him still. But what he's shown me so far is that there's an ulterior motive to not want to expose naked shorts at this point. And it might be because of debts. It might be because of debt covenants. So I hope he comes out and addresses the tweet he made about the STO and NFT dividend. And I hope he comes out and addresses the new exchange that's just been approved and say, hey, I see what's going on. I can't talk on it now, but this looks interesting, or something. Anything besides, hey, there was a football game, here's a poll. He sold at $30 and we're all sitting at $16 today. And as retail investors with AMC, we deserve something a little more than a football poll. On that, I
Can I
still
chime
believe
in?
he's doing something in the background.
I do too. Hi, Nini. I do want to let you speak, but I know that there have been people sitting up
Yeah,
here
I
for a
know. I
while.
was.
Put their hands up really quick. Anime, what's going on? Anime Hash Girls, what's up?
Yeah, so I just wanted to touch on this. You were talking about this earlier, how you were saying pretty much how, sometimes even, shareholders with the right valuable information, they're starting to feel crazy. There's a lot of gaslighting, and I just wanted to say for everyone in here, you're not crazy, you're just waking up. That's all that's happening. You're just understanding that, yes, this is an unfair market. And, this example is used a lot, but if you look back in 2008, all of the signs were there, like 4 or even 5 years before the crash even happened, right? And we literally have all of the signs, all the information, like more than enough information to know that this is, not a fair market, and it is 1000% being manipulated. And, they're still making us feel like, damn, maybe we're crazy. And if you look at the people, who are uneducated about the squeeze, who are like, "Oh, you're crazy, you know, you're dumb for doing that." Like AMC is so undervalued. It's a you know, like the typical, it's a movie theater. It's gonna go to zero. Like they're going out of business. Like those are the people that don't have like the fundamental research about why the squeeze is even happening. You know, like they have really no idea like how deep this actually goes. Like this is a major like there hasn't been anything like this like ever in existence. And like if they get proven wrong, who's going to want to put their money in an unfair market? So when you were talking about the blockchain earlier, I think it's a possibility that we could see, you know, because if no one's putting their money in the stock market from how unfair it is, we could just see the whole stock market move to the blockchain. You know, we're kind of already going to the blockchain. If you look at how crypto is being adopted, we just could see a complete, you know, stock market change. And you know, they know this. We're pretty much playing a football game against rigged refs. So, you know, like it's gonna be hard. They're not just gonna be like, "Yep, apes won. All right." Like,
Yeah, I completely agree. And that's something that we touched on, or I think it was yesterday, the other day when we talked, on Saturday. And Mark had brought up, you know, when payphone owners, the companies that ran payphones, heard about cellular and that, oh, everyone's going to have these new things called cell phones and they're going to be able to call from them, you know, whether or not they even believed in it or thought that would be true or come to fruition, they invested in it, right? Because that's something that you would do if you thought you were about to be obsolete. Why not throw an investment into that? So a lot of people are freaked out about Citadel having, I believe it's 7%. 14%, half of 14% is 7% ownership in Box because they have 50% ownership in BSTX. T0 has the other 50%. And Citadel is invested. But if anything, that should speak volumes to people that obviously they hedge funds into things that they believe are going to pan out. So if Citadel wasn't invested, I would almost question the validity at this point, just because they're in everything. They're literally in everything. They invest heavily in Twitter. So yeah, it's a valid point, I think, to what you were saying, Anime. And thank you for what you just added. I appreciate that.
To all the people who are saying BSTX is going to be a fraud because Citadel's invested, blah, blah, blah. Right now, you're investing in a market where Citadel is in complete control of almost everything you do. Going to blockchain, going to the BSTX and going to the blockchain exchange, one, the blockchain is going to handle all types of fraud that we see in our daily trades with naked shorting, PFOF issues, and failure to delivers. So my question for you is, do you want to keep trading in the exchanges in the market that we have now where Citadel does whatever they want as a market maker? Or do you want to go to a blockchain exchange where companies are protected from many fraudulent activities?
So
And
am I confused, Spence? Because I keep seeing you and hearing you talk about trading AMC stock itself on BSTX. I was under the impression that they would trade security tokens that would be applied to stock that's still traded. So I don't know if I'm like misunderstanding or it's both or
no,
I can clarify, but
go
let me
ahead.
back but let me back up for a minute. If people want to criticize me for being critical of Double A, where I'm critical of him, and significantly so, is he took a great idea, ran his mouth without filing an 8K with false knowledge, shot it down, and brought immense pressure on you and I for zero reason. Zero reason. He had no basis to do that. None. He also killed the stock after he did that. And instead of saying, that's an interesting idea, let's look at it, he just shot it all down, along with Gasparino, and the rest is history. Now, it is
Which seems
patently
so odd to me that he cannot recognize the fact that these people, John Hempton, who's extremely scared of the idea and went and did a long thread at CEO Adam and is also very short the stock. I really hope that's not where he's getting, recommendations. Here you have Gasparino, who does nothing but bash the stock, and Fox Business even put out a hit piece about them going private, which was completely false and misinformation. So I really hope that those aren't the people that are being
Well,
people pleased at the moment.
but that's what has me so pissed off. He sends me in an email about he puts the company liable for some 9-figure
I
number.
thought prior to him tweeting that, he even told you that, the idea seems like a good idea.
Exactly. So where he then is forced to backtrack to publicly take a shot at me and you, right, who are supportive of the cause, really, really, really pisses me off, like to no end. And the thing he said, which scares everyone, illegal, it's not illegal. It just flat out isn't. So now that we've moved further down the line, and we'll be moving further down the line shortly with other things, he really, truly owes it to everybody to back up and say, maybe I misspoke. Maybe we should look at this. Or I've hired this investment banking firm to look at it. Something to at least make himself look like he's operating in this century. Because, I don't know about you, Tara, I'm pissed. And if my tweets sound like I'm pissed, so be it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pissed too. I mean, here you have Gasparino, who has a huge platform, has media presence, calling AMC, he even tweets out worth a read if you're not brainwashed by the AMC cult. I mean, this guy clearly has vested interest in streaming service as his wife owns Cobble Cord and a clear agenda, which is being foiled. I mean, the whole thing is just such a sham, and it's so unfortunate. I hate seeing people kind of, I don't know. I hate thinking that Adam would even take that guy's opinion and run with it, especially the way he foiled your plan and went on Fox Business on Liz Clayman's show after listening in on the original space call where you talked about the STO idea. He ran with it with a complete false narrative to basically slander you and slander CEO Adam. So it's really unfortunate, that he went that route, but it's also to be expected. These people have been doing nothing but this short and distort hit piece thing with AMC, and it's really, really bad. But it also still makes me wonder, why? What is their reasoning? Why do they work so hard against us? But and I don't want to say that I don't know what Adam can say or do publicly, but it does seem just really odd that they've kind of gotten away with these things over and over and over, and nothing seems to come of it. And then you have Gasparino today tweeting hashtag still no MOAS on my tweets. Why? It just doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense to me.
Especially after he had spoken out about it prior, and it's probably 10 times worse now. I don't understand why he just doesn't say something.
Correct. At least correct himself. And I do understand your frustration, Mark, but I also believe there needs to be a level of professionalism if you want to be taken seriously. So I kind of feel like what you put out there is what you get back. And if you're going to say stupid shit, then you better be prepared for people to treat you like a stupid shit.
I'm prepared for all comers.
Okay, well, people aren't going to take you seriously if you tell them that their head's too far up their ass. That's what I'm letting you know right now. That's why you won't see me putting stupid tweets like that out there that are totally unprofessional while trying to also be seen as a sort of professional person. And you, of all people, should know this, Mark. And I get it, like you have no filter and all of that, and that's cool and all. But at some point, we are actually hoping that he'll come out and speak with us, not trying to push him further away from doing so.
Well, let's put it this way. He knows where to find me. and I can easily find him, and he should know how pissed off I am. And that's how I speak, and that's how I sometimes tweet, and sometimes I piss people off, and if I piss you off, I apologize. But I got fans and I got haters. But sometimes when someone's not moving and someone's not moving and someone wants to play the ignore game, sometimes you have to push a little harder. And
Well,
sometimes you
in my opinion, there are ways to do it, and
I get
PR
it.
is a big deal.
I get it. I get how everyone does things different. But let's see what happens. Let's just see what happens next. And then maybe you'll understand why I'm as upset as I am.
I think
But
I understand, Mark. I just think that I have an expectation from you if I'm going to even associate with you on how we carry ourselves, especially in a public sphere. And I'm sorry if that's too much for you to live up to, but do better.
I'll work on it, Mom. I'll work on it.
Yeah, you should. And that's my opinion, and you're entitled to yours. But I don't think that's the right way to handle this. And I've already made it clear here, I don't support that. I don't support going on the attack. I support getting a message out there that hopefully he understands. That for me personally, if I was on the receiving end of the way you're speaking, I would be livid and I would never speak to you again.
Well, we'll see what happens.
Well, if you actually want him to pursue your idea or be a CX and you're associated there, you might want to carry yourself in a little bit of a professional manner. That's my recommendation. You can take it or leave it, Mark.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, we have other people waiting to talk. So really quick, I think Gordo, he's been up here for a while.
Yeah, I have a question for Mark. It's a Tiger Cup question if you're not riled up enough.
Yeah, well, me reprimanding him publicly also might hurt a little, but I don't think Mark's easily riled up anyway.
You publicly whatever that's like cutting myself shaving, and I don't even shave.
Oh my gosh, Mark. You know what? Okay, someone kick him out of here. Go ahead, Gordo. What's the question?
Yeah, my question is, after the Bill Huang Archegos disaster, we know where his positions were after the fact, but it was very hard to see where he was positioned and what his leverage was while he was doing it, whether it was GSX or Viacom or any of those names. And so what I've been reading is that he was in these swap agreements with Nomura, Credit Suisse, Goldman, Morgan, whoever it is. But I was just wondering, from Mark's perspective, have swaps always been around and it's just something that the SEC doesn't regulate and it's sort of a handshake agreement between the investment manager and the prime broker? Or is this something new that needs to be uncovered? Because in my mind, everyone should play by the same rules. Everyone should have 13Fs. Everyone should disclose. I feel like this is a normal ask and request. And so I was wondering, from your perspective, since you've been in this for however many years, if this is new or if this is something that's always been a problem.
That is really, really, really a good question. So I'm going to answer it fully. It's always been around. It gives these over-leveraged hedge funds ways to over-lever even more. It takes the risk from the hedge fund's balance sheet and puts it on the prime broker's balance sheet. It's an unnecessary way to go. And the problem with all this is, since it's hidden, you don't exactly know who the perpetrator of these actually are. I was short GSX and I got carried out of the goddamn thing. The manipulated piece of shit by that clown Wang. But you knew someone was in the swaps, but the amount that someone was in the swaps in GSX, no one could possibly wrap their head that it's the same guy. And that the same guy wouldn't lie to all his prime brokers at the same time. You just couldn't believe someone would be that criminal. And this guy was. He's a complete criminal. And these Tiger Cubs play the same game. They're all in the same names, same trades, same thing. And the problem is the SEC knows about it. They can do something about it if they want to, but they just probably don't want to. I mean, they'd rather bust the Butler who insider traded on 59 shares of something. I mean, it's insane that Bill Wong is still a free man. I mean, it's amazing. And I can't put my finger on how people haven't demanded more, how it's allowed to go on and on and on and on. But this isn't anything new. This has been going on. This is, so the extent of the concentration I've never seen before. The extent of the concentration of one guy in so many swaps amongst so many different brokers in so few of names was something I've never seen. Nor has anyone.
The concentration and the leverage, right? Those two mixed together.
It's a leverage position no matter how you slice it. Now, when you put leverage on top of leverage on top of leverage and you lie to prime brokers, that's a crime to me. So it's one of them is enough. 5 of them is beyond extreme, especially in a fraud like GSX. But I'm so astounded by it all, and was astounded at the time, and spoke out at the time, and I don't know what to say.
Okay,
I really don't.
Yeah, politics aside, I just feel like why can't Sherrod Brown, Elizabeth Warren, Gary Gensler get behind something like this that is so obviously only incentivized to very, very, very few market participants? But I'm going to step down. Mark, the last time I asked a question, you actually followed me for 24 hours or so, but I know you keep a tight leash on your follow count. So
time out. I think I saw you the other day. I think I follow you. There,
I think you did after one of my last questions, and then you took it back. And okay, so I know you keep a tight leash on things. And
the other thing with my Twitter's all messed up. So sometimes I follow, and then things I get knocked off calls, on calls. I got people screaming at me. I got people saying I'm not a professional. I don't hold myself out as a professional. That's the difference.
Well, I was up
volatile.
You're very volatile. I was up in Pacifica, a couple hours south of you, and it was actually a sunny day. That was magnificent up there. So I am envious of some Northern California days. I'm down in Southern California, but hope everyone has a good rest of your day. Thanks.
You don't know where the hell I'm at.
Well, you're also in Montana some of the time, too.
Damn right.
Thanks, Mark.
Excellent question.
Okay, I think it's Sugar, then Nini, and then Will.
Hey guys, good evening, and thank you for having the call again, Tara. So thank you for always stepping up to the plate. Always trying to bring new people, new ideas. Even though a lot of ignorant fools, they try to attack you, but that's the reason. A lot of these people they try to suppress the voice of people, prominent voices of our community. But I thank you for stepping up, not backing off like a lot of people have already backed off. So with that being said, I have something to share with, if you guys don't mind. Can I share something with you guys? It's a little story.
Sure, go ahead, Sugar.
Okay, so last year, I don't know a lot of people, if you know or not, there was one of the biggest protests in India by the farmers of India. And laws against that will do the lot of harm to the farmers, and it was pretty much like taken it would have taken their lands and everything, their livelihood, and it was like to benefit the billionaires of India. So the whole country farmers, it didn't matter what race it was, didn't matter what religion it was, they all came together, and they blocked the capital of India. They sat there and they protest. They sat in the rain, they sat in the sizzling heat, winter, everything. They were little kids, they were 90-year-old, 95-year-old elderly people. 750 people lost their lives, and this was all during the COVID. And after 13 months, the government that never back down from anything or anybody, because they have a majority in the parliament, so they can do whatever they want. They finally came out and apologized, and they took the laws back. So I mean, I want to say that giving up is very easy, but if you believe in something to change something, it's gonna take everything. So don't just give up, just because it's not, it is gonna take time. Now if we wish if we can make things happen fast, everybody wants it. So just don't give up, because we didn't come up this far to just come this far and give up. And for Aaron, CEO, he has done a lot of good things in past also, and I believe he will do a lot of things in future also. But there is a moment in in life when when every the stock is getting slandered, the morale of the community is down, and sometimes it's just one simple thing, like I'm thankful for all of you that you guys are here, just like maybe it was on 28th January. Just a simple thank you warms people up. It lifts their morale up. People are not asking for a whole lot. I mean, yes, we have to be respectful. We have to be, give the man all kind of respect and everything. But there is a point in life when you have to think about the people who made this company, who saved this company, who saved the AMC board and everything. And sometimes just a simple thank you doesn't cost you a much, just for 3 letters. I am thankful for all of you. How many? I mean, 4 5 letters. It's not too much to ask. And the idea Mark came out with, this is that, okay, first they didn't want to do it, but this is a second chance. I mean, just to have a look at it and try it, and what's the harm in it? Now people say, okay, Citadel owns 7%. How do you know, like, all the Fidelity and all your brokers, they are not lending out your shares? Who can guarantee that? Nobody can guarantee that. So yet we trade on these brokerages. So I mean, sometimes you have to, you have to make efforts to bring a change. It's not gonna cost you a lot. Sometimes it's just until unless you try it, how you gonna find it? It's not good or bad for you. It's not good or bad for the community. So sometimes it's little things, like, they stand with the people who always stood with you. Just maybe a simple thank you, like, I'm thankful for all of you. And I want to say one last thing, then I'll step down. I want to thank all the people abroad, whether you're in Europe, England, Brazil, India, wherever you are. I don't think you guys get to hear this enough, but we are all thankful that all our brothers, sisters all over the world, they are standing with us shoulder to shoulder. And we are very grateful for all of you. So that being said, thank you for giving me a chance. And, again, thankful for all of you guys. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Sugar. That was fantastic. And we appreciate you always coming up and saying really wise stuff for us to think about. Thank you. Nini?
Hey guys, hi Tara. Thanks PJ guys. Thanks for letting me up. Haven't been on a while. I've just past couple of weeks I've just started to enter back space calls. My son makes it hard and how I have to start back work. But my question is, we've all been in this movement. We all have our reasons, right? We all have our entry point, our exit points. But at the end of the day, we have Citadel, we have all of these hedge funds, we have these brokers, everybody. Hold on a second, Adrian. We have all of these people, right? They're telling us that that we should accept what's happening. Everything is happening for what's happening. But how come we have not blamed the New York Stock Exchange? So let me give you an analogy, right? I'm a New York City teacher, and I have a classroom. Then there's my boss, which is my principal. So she has to make sure that her teachers in her building is doing everything that they're supposed to be doing in order for the kids to learn. So why is it that the New York Stock Exchange is allowing their kids, I'm sorry, their teachers, you could say, bring all of this, everything that's happening? Shouldn't they regulate that? And yes, they have the SEC, but at the end of the day, we know everything that's going on, everything that's connected to what's happening. The SEC, no one's really doing anything, but we have not ever shined light on the New York Stock Exchange. We have not, even if they said, I don't know. I remember when Stacy, whatever her name is, cameraman, whatever the person who is in the president of the New York Stock Exchange, she said she's aware of what's happening. Okay, so if my principal is aware that the teachers are not teaching the kids, what's going to happen to that teacher? She's going to get reprimanded. Why haven't they regulated it? Yes, the SEC oversees it. Fine, and we know the answer. We know those answers. Fine, but my question is to you: how come we, the AMC apes, the ape nation, why haven't we did like the same thing that cats do, and we'll tell cat to do it. We'll ask her if we can do it. Like, why haven't we told him to say, the at New York Stock Exchange is complicit in market manipulation, or at New York Stock Exchange has these brokers ruining the image of the New York Stock Exchange? Like, why is it that we didn't bring light to that? I don't know if I'm. I don't. It's not a. It's just a. It's a question. Can I? And I want you guys' opinions about it. Like, what? Why haven't we done that more? We keep mentioning Citadel or Ken Griffin or Gabe or Vlad. We're mentioning these people, but at the end of the day, they 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 do their business through the at New York Stock Exchange. So we need to not just, when we say we target in Wall Street, we have to say at the New York Stock Exchange. We have to let the New York Stock Exchange know. Remember, we're like an echo chamber. All of us have our followers, right? So Tara has about 50,000 followers. Her followers are going to keep hearing the same thing back and forth. Hold, buy, you know, all these dividends, everything that they're going to keep hearing this, but we have not gotten a bigger coverage, a huger coverage. And to get that bigger coverage, we need to now target or show our angst against the at New York Stock Exchange. And remember, principals, they don't want to be embarrassed. They don't want the kids to come home and say, okay, think of a parent. They don't want to hear people say, oh, your kids are bad. Your kids are bad. So what they're doing is they're allowing their kids, the hedge funds, the brokers, to ruin and tarnish their family reputation or whatever. So we have not brought light to them. Why not? We need to bring light and show to at the new, because we all say that we want them to do look at crypto. I'm invested in crypto. I'm invested in stocks. They control everything. It's not going to start or stop with AMC. They've been doing it from since the inception of the New York Stock Exchange. This is their Ponzi scheme. You understand? This is their way to take the money from us. We are high paid indentured servants. Slavery hasn't stopped. We just charge what we charge for that. We work. We have teachers, doctors, everything. We work for the 1%, and people need to wake up and see that more. I don't know. I don't know if that makes sense, but that's what's happening. I mean, am I going on and on, Tara? PJ, I'm sorry.
No, I think what you're saying is spot on.
No, it's like we need to attack the principal, attack the DOE, the Department of Education. And I'm just using that as an analogy, because we have the brokers who are the teachers who are showing people, oh, invest in this. We have the advisors who work for those brokers, and they're doing this. But our goal, our aim should be at bringing light, which will bring a bigger coverage around the world. We have 4.2 million apes, and we know that number is bigger, but that number is being suppressed. Everything is being suppressed. And Tara, we've been here for a minute. You were the first space call, and I love you. Nothing's ever gonna
I love
change.
you too, girl.
And
Love you so much.
you saw every time I defend you, I lose followers, and I don't give a fuck, because I am a teacher. That doesn't mean that I'm not biased. You understand? There's some things, okay, like I don't agree with everything that's happening on your side, Like I don't agree with I don't trust what's happening with the crypto. So I feel like all that stuff is, and I don't understand it, Tara. So I'm not gonna comment on it. All I'm saying is I'm bought it. I have crypto and stocks, and everything is being manipulated. And if we okay, it's fine. We want to talk to CEO Adam. Fine, that's one of our tasks that we need to do. Yes, but the bigger task, and I'm telling you, is the New York Stock Exchange. We need to bring light to their children, to their people who is advocating. Oh, come invest in our New York Stock Exchange. Okay, go through this broker, this through. But the main culprit, I don't care if the SEC is, oh, they're in charge of regulating. Well, we know their job. We've seen their track record. So do you really trust that they're going to do? Yes, fine. Gary gave us those nice votes. We got 3-1. I mean, sorry, 3 out of 4. We got those votes. Okay, fine. But still, it had all these shits that's been happening, all these regulations, all these filings, all these documents, but nothing has been concrete for us, the AMC apes, the ape nation, nothing. And the thing is that we've been focused. Yes, I'm not saying now we double down. When I say double down, we're gonna continue saying hi, Ken. Hi, Vlad. We're gonna continue annoying the shit out of them. And I don't want to say that word annoying. I want to say we're gonna continue letting them know that we're standing next to you now. We're not behind you.
We're
So
never
they need.
stop advocating against them.
Yeah,
And
we're not. We're not advocating against them. We're not letting them know that we're stand shoulder to shoulder with you. We're coming up because we get paid every week or every 2 weeks. And you know what we're gonna do with that money? Our real money? We're going to spend it on whatever we could afford because we want to make it. We know what's right. We're trying to get a fair time. You want us to spend our money? Yeah, we're going to spend it. But we're going to make sure that whatever shit is happening, it's fair. In the inception of the New York Stock Exchange, the thing is to invest, you make money. We're not making money. So there's something wrong. There's something flawed with your plan. Your blueprint needs to change. You need to get rid of these people because they're tarnishing the image of the New York Stock Exchange. So our goal, yes, we're not stopping. We're doubling down, tripling down if we can. I'm splitting those 4 times or those 8s. I'm splitting it and quadrupling it. You understand? We need to start thinking like them outside the box. And yes, they want to have a fall guy. Yeah, Ken Griffin will be fine. He'll be our fall guy. But the main person is the at New York Stock Exchange because everything flows through them. Not everything flows through Citadel. Not everything flows through whatever Susquehanna. Not everything flows through them. It's all of them that mix up the at New York Stock Exchange. Remember that. So our goal, and I never thought of myself as a revolutionist, right? But right is right. And Tara, I have a 3-year-old. He's going to be 4 this year. I want him to have a better tomorrow than what we've been faced. I'm a New York City teacher. I haven't gotten a new textbook in my classroom since 2012. Why not? These inner city schools deserve shit too. Okay, there's a lot going on, and I'm going to educate, and I'm going to make sure my money goes into educating people on the practical shit, not the shit that you want to brainwash us with. So there's so much going on, like the drama. I've been
Well,
seeing on
really
this, and I
quick,
know people.
Nini, the drama, that's exactly what I want to talk about
Yeah, I
is
want.
this good old boys club that's built around Wall Street and that stock exchange that
Yes.
will fight tooth and nail against a exchange like BSTX that would eliminate so much of, what they're gaining. They're able to front run trades. There's so much that's to be gained in having complete control over the stock exchange. So you're 100% right. Is it any surprise that there are, characters out here to sort of stop this from even being a thing or even gaining any traction or gaining any ground? If it could be kind of a better, brighter future for trades tomorrow. I mean, of course they're going to try to prevent it from happening, but it's already SEC approved. The train is already on the tracks. It's already moving. Whether people, want to like it or not, or spread misinformation about it or not, it's not up to us. It's already in existence. It's already there. At the end of the day, it's like, I feel like there's just a fundamental difference too with certain people. Some people are afraid of change. Some people are willing and open-minded to hear new ideas, and that's fine too. But if you do a little more research and a little more digging into this BSTX exchange, I think it would help. And I plan on it too. And hopefully Jess will be able to come to one of these calls and talk to us and give us more information about the exchange and how it all works. So, but I hear the passion, Nini. I love you, girl. I'm sorry if you lose followers defending me. That's unfortunate. Hopefully, they're
Who
followers that
cares?
you didn't need in the first place. But I also
I
hope you
told you
gain
I didn't
followers.
join.
I also hope you gain
Yeah.
followers in the process as well,
No,
because
no,
I
that's not
appreciate
working.
it.
I want to tell you,
Nini, before
Tara,
we get off
though,
the
no matter
NYS,
what anyone says, you've been always advocating for AMC. I don't care. It's not, I didn't know who the CEO is, and I agree with you on that. And I have nothing against Adam Aaron. My thing is I invested in a company in the stock market. I didn't invest in CEO. I didn't invest in Ryan Cohen. I didn't invest in these people. I invested in my future for my family and to having generational wealth. That's what I invested in. So my thing with this is that Tara, I feel like there's a lot of people that are afraid that some people bet their house and land that they couldn't afford, and I feel there's a lot of fear because of the toxic shit that was leaked into our community. But I sit back. As much as I love to talk, I sit back and I listen. I jump in and out and I listen, and I'm very good at context clues, and I'm very good at assessing the situation, and that doesn't make me perfect in any way at all, or this is just my opinion. But I sit back and I see, and I know people don't like to use the word drama, but from my vocabulary, my thinking, that's what it is. It has nothing to do with the stock.
What a
And
perfect
why?
way to distract people
Yes,
from the important things that
exactly.
need to be touched on, right?
Yep. And I joined this for the stock. I don't know any of you guys as far as I can throw you. I know you guys that we had a love for AMC, and that's what mattered to me. That's what made Ape Nation and then it became a movement to have better, and we became friends. Whether we ask you about anything, we became friends in a different type of relationship. There's many types of relationship, and this was ours during everything that was going through. And the point is that we need to start targeting the at New York Stock Exchange, because if you bring highlight to them, you're gonna have more collective more a bigger following. It's going to have more people and more eyes on this, because then you're bringing light, you're shining light now. They can't keep putting it under the rug. So if we can, and I'm not saying stop anything else that we are doing. We're doubling down. There's many of us, just send out those tweets, guys, send out those emails. If we tell Kat, let's do another fundraising to do the ones to say at the New York Stock Exchange, please look into the market manipulation surrounded by them. They're good with their words. They get lawyered up. So we need people who's with us to lawyer it up, like word it for us, that it's going to show that you need to look into it. So now more coverage, guys, because we know we've been suppressed in many ways, but we've spread. We're all over the world. Okay, so what I'm trying to say is start targeting the at New York Stock Exchange. Start doing those tweets, and we need to push more of this as well. Not stopping what we're doing now. Don't think I'm saying no, stop this. No, we're gonna keep doubling down, because we have to spread light. It has to get more eyes. We're echo chambers right now, all of us. It's because we keep hearing the same things, the same views from everyone who's been here. But now we need to make it more people. We need to tag more blue chips. We need to do more of those things that's going to generate more and more and more. We're going to get louder just by talking, just by sharing, just by tweeting. And it's not hard. We love to tweet. When we're sitting on that toilet, we got our asses all cramped up and shit. We're tweeting, we're listening to music, we're listening to Facebook, pretending that we're not. But we're pooping, guys. Yeah. And I'm an ape, all right? And my favorite is the blue. Anyways, but Tara, I just wanted to say we gotta you're a big part of this community. And who cares who dropped off? Because you got so much that dropped that hopped on. Okay, so you don't remember that guy a long time ago, Tara, trust the process, when he talked about the Amazon analogy. He was like, you go look up something, right? You go to buy it, right? And then you see all the reviews that has 4.7, 4.8. But then there's that one person, you have like a whole bunch of reviews is 4.7, 4.8, and it's more positive than negative. But then you see that one negative review, you're like, oh, forget it. I don't want this. I don't want this product. But because one silly ass fool who probably lives in I don't know where decides to say that he doesn't like it. Yeah, say hi, guys. No, mommy's just passionate how she's talking
Passion,
about that.
passion. Yeah, me, I totally get what you're talking about, and it's interesting the amount of whether people love it or hate it, the amount of energy being dedicated to AMC. People who are hating on what we're doing, they make absolutely no sense to me. Why anyone wouldn't want to challenge the status quo and the system. I can't relate. I'm sorry, but maybe because of my roots, maybe because of where I come from, I root for the underdogs. I am an underdog. So that's why we'll always be shoulder to shoulder. I hear your passion. I believe in this movement. I'm not leaving. I remember the days when a certain someone from New York who worked heavily against me to discredit me and try to get me to leave Twitter, since day one, and still works effortlessly, tirelessly to try to do that. Even brought another woman on, apparently to replace me, and she would run calls about AMC where she would strictly bash me. She announced that she sold all of her AMC. I don't know how much it was. I didn't take the time to look, but I just find it very telling when these people who I don't even know, no one really knows if they were ever even invested in the thing or here to just wreak havoc and cause problems for people like me who are trying to affect some sort of positive change. And it's unfortunate, but there are entities out there who are going to work against us, and they're going to try to stop this from happening. But it's unstoppable. We're unstoppable. And together, I'm sorry again if you're losing followers. I find it kind of funny because they're possibly not the followers you want in the first place, is all I'm gonna leave it at that. Really quick, Will, I know you've been up here for a while with your hand up. What's
Hold on,
going
Tara,
on?
go to Will. I just want
Oh,
to just
go ahead,
address
PJ.
I'm sorry, just address the NYSE thing. Nini, I would love for that guy to say, hey man, get your act together before your stocks come through our exchange. But these guys, the hedge funds and everybody who, the banks and everybody who are trading are doing it within the laws and within the regulations until it's proven that they're not. So unless we have a whistleblower or someone coming up to the plate saying, oh, this is bad, unless other hedge funds stand up against the bad actors, the NYSE really can't do anything about it. So I think that's where we have to get the SEC. I mean, we have to get, you guys, our regulators aren't doing, look, they're doing a lot, and I suppose they're much more busier now than they were in the last 4 years, but we really have to hold their feet to the fire way more than an exchange, I think. And would I love to do at NYSE? Yeah, but let's get the SEC in there a lot more than what we have been, because I think it's waning off a little bit.
Agreed. I completely agree. I do get a little bit discouraged, but also trust in what Carol Roth had to bring today, mentioning we can't get our hopes up too much about the SEC and what steps they're taking. A lot of times it ends up kind of backfiring on us while helping the people that we're sort of working against, or who are working against us, I should say. And it's unfortunate, but it does tend to work out that way. The term that I hate the most in all of this is gamification. And the fact that they think that us investing is like a video game. No, this is real money, hard-earned money, money that we don't get easily. So we fully understand, the risk involved. That frustrates me the most, to be honest. Go ahead, Will. What's up?
Hey guys, thanks for having me here. And Tara, it's awesome to be having you as a host again. Nini, the other day, I got to hear her on another call, and she got my mind running. So I really appreciate her and her fire, because it made me research some more things, right? So, a little bit of background for those that don't know. I was a fireman for the federal government, and had family. I'm third generation federal employees, and I live in Los Angeles area, and I'm very involved in the politics. So I love to research and love to look things up. You guys have had such an amazing topic. I wanted to jump in so many times because, just an example, right? So the New York Stock Exchange. The other day I put it on there, try to tag you guys. The current president is the CEO or whatever is Lynn Martin. She replaced the previous person because they kind of said, yeah, we have some market corruption. They didn't want that. Why is that a big deal? Well, the actual parent company of the New York Stock Exchange is actually called ICE. And the owner of that company is Jeff Sprickner. Okay. Now, he was married to a Republican lady named Kelly Loeffler, who was appointed as a Republican, I believe, senator for Georgia from 2020 to 2021. Appointed. She was never elected. This is how tight these circles are. You know, you got to understand, we're fighting against a lot of corruption and a lot of backdoor deals. And the reason why they know what gamification is because that's what they do every day. You know, these people that are in it. So when you're fighting against transparency and all these other things, we got to be smart in how we go about it, what we say, how we say it, right? Now check this out, guys. So it says in the CNBC, and I really take them with a grain of salt, but it says Sharon Bowen of ICE, remember the company, the parent company of the New York Stock Exchange and board member, will become the next chair of the New York Stock Exchange. Well, if you look into her, she's also a commissioner for the Commodity Futures and Trading Commission. So this is how intertwined they are. Now, you got to hear Nini talk about the books. Now, I was asked a question on one of the space calls, and we were saying, well, who owns the S&P Global? Well, S&P Global was bought, S&P Global was bought in 2016 by McGraw-Hill. McGraw-Hill, I guess, made a lot of books, and they're changing the books into, say, Indian doctrine on how they're raised. This is not conspiracy theory. This is things you can look up, Google it. Well, prior to that, in 2013, McGraw-Hill was purchased by Apollo Global. And I guess when I was speaking to a few people, Apollo Global kind of goes in and they try to separate the companies and break them apart. Why is this a big deal? I know it's a lot of information. I apologize. Because we have a sunset clause coming up in August 2022 on the SEC is going to have a closed meeting on Thursday, February 3rd, 2022. What are the meeting's following topics? Institution and settlement injunctive actions, institution and settlement administrative proceedings, resolution and litigations claims, other matters relating to examination and enforcement proceedings. This all brings it back to what you guys are talking about as far as the T0, and also it ties it into the plunge protection team. Who are they? They are advisors to the government. They are not in the government. It's not a government entity. It was signed in by Ronald Reagan in 1988. They go advise the president, like, hey, this one needs to be bailed out. This is what's going on. We need you to do an executive motion. Who are on there? Powell and Janet Yellen, who again are very tied into different agencies that have nothing to do with you and me. They have nothing to do with the government. They are there to protect other people. If you saw the interview with Jay Powell, what did he say? He had no answers. The rich will be okay. The poor, well, you'll get by. This is why we need, like what Nini said, to shed a light on this. Keep moving. Keep pushing on Kenneth Griffin, but also shine a light to all these other people dealing with
I would
politics.
love if someone did a deep dive into Apollo, because I know that Adam Aaron used to work for them, I believe.
Okay.
I think it would be really awesome if someone did a deep dive DD thread, maybe into Apollo and how they do business and how they're basically kind of like the secret citadel that no one really talks about, who have their hands in a lot of different pots. I believe that they're part of what brought Toys R Us back, potentially part of what kind of ended Toys R Us, and now they're bringing them back. But these are just things I've heard, and I haven't done my own due diligence on. I know there are some Reddit threads, but it would be interesting if someone put together an Apollo DD thread. Maybe that isn't too crazy, but on how they do business and what exactly it is that they do.
Yeah, I'm down to totally do it. I enjoy this. Being disabled, it gives me some of that free time. So I'll get some stuff put together and I'll try to set it up. I try to tag you guys on something I feel is important. Um, but all of these things, if you start looking at the connections, it's all for protecting the money and the people behind the scenes. It's old money. Um, just like what you said about Apollo, look at what happened with Sears, look at what happened with Toys R Us. It goes according to Apollo's creed as they go in, separate it, sell, and then they rebrand everything. I have a friend that actually had every single Sears account for Levi's, and he let me know that when they started changing things out, he may have said Apollo, but I don't remember, so don't quote that. But basically, when they changed the CEO, this guy said, you know what, we're going to sell all of our buildings. We're going to sell all of our land, because they had like something like 80% of all Sears owned their property. So they had like no overhead costs as far as that. So then they sold it. Then they started having to pay rent, which changed their whole business model and so on, right? Kind of seems weird. Like, why would you do that? And as far as
Yeah, it does. The whole thing is very interesting and intriguing, that's for sure.
And then as far as Adam Aaron goes, I have a theory, but I don't want to say it because I think it's fun, so it's a little too premature. But Tara, definitely, I want to speak with you on a few things because I was reading this, and that's why I hit you up and said, "Hey, are you busy?" Because I wanted to give you so much information, and I figured you'd like bounce some ideas with me. And I've been talking to Jay Brett, and we've been going over all sorts of things,
Yeah, and that's the thing. That's why a lot of stuff I kind of keep close to my chest, I guess, because I don't want it to be seen as FUD, especially if I haven't, verified it or it's not from a credible source. So I just want to make sure that, but I love, communicating and being able to kind of, discuss and see. And that's why I love these calls. But these calls have also kind of turned into more than just a conversation, and a lot of it can get clipped and misconstrued and used against me. And so I try my best to be careful and cautious about what is put out there here, if that makes sense. So
completely. I mean, these are a lot of
yeah.
guys with a lot of money. You already saw that they're playing for shills. Of course they're going to try to divide us. Do you think that they want us to take away money from them? That's just like any of us getting irritated with people talking shit. You think that we want that? And if we had the money, you think we wouldn't be combating it? Look at what the planes. It's the same concept. They're just trying to do what we do. It's just that we have the numbers. And the thing with Adam Aaron, what he's doing, this is, in my opinion, there's a lot of rules coming forward, right? We have regulations, and from my understanding, what's going to happen with the new exchange, the BSTX. Now, from my understanding, and I don't have it fully, I have to read more on it, but it seems like this is going to be, at the end of the day, they're going to be doing the transactions and the trades, right? And I guess from my understanding, when I talked to Jay Brett, is if you were to go look at any crypto that's bought, sold, that's how they're able to get the numbers, because they'll say, hey, X amount of accounts closed or X amount of money was pulled out or put in. It doesn't tell you who, but it gives you that information. And I guess from what I'm gathering from the BSTX is that's what it's going to do, is force the new SEC rule into place where they will have to report it, whether short, long. And remember, before, short position was a very ambiguous reporting, self-reporting. Now it's not. You have to do it. So we don't know if Adam got the tap on the shoulder and say, hey, back off a little bit because you own a lot of shares, and anything you do, this is considered market manipulation. Because look at what they did to Elon. When Elon would make a comment, dude, they were up his butt. Now, do I wish AA was kind of like Elon where he didn't care? To an extent, yes. But if you've ever owned a business or been in a higher position in a business, you got to be extremely careful for the damage it can do. When you look at the Al from Boston video, it was really, really interesting to see the guy from T Zero and Overstock, where he was saying, look, he was doing the right thing. The SEC and all these other people were like, it's not market manipulation when you do a short. But what did they tell him when he wanted to bring out the T Zero? You're going to change the price. It's going to drive it up. He goes, wait a minute. I thought you guys said shorts doesn't affect the price. Then they try to do the whole market manipulation issue. So remember,
Exactly. That was such a catch-22 if you notice what happened there. I wish I had that video clip handy right here because I would love to play that. But it was so funny how he explained it, that little part about, it's not market manipulation when they short the stock into the dirt, but it's market manipulation if you expose those shorts. Then it's market manipulation because it causes the stock to go up. And he's like, how does this make sense?
exactly.
How can this be illegal? It's legal here, but it's illegal if you expose it, if you expose the illegal things that they're doing.
And I think that's part of the rules. Like if you start looking at some of these rules that are in place, they're from the 40s, they're from the 80s, they're from the 50s, the 20s. So a lot of the rules that were talked about on this last SEC meetings were they needed to modernize it. They needed to even bring the penalties. So, like I said, in my theory is I think he saw and has been in contact with people where they're saying, "Hey, back off." If you notice, even the T Zero guy basically said if he was to do this, he'd be getting hammered. Remember, it was like a guy that was married to an FBI agent, and then he tied it in so eloquently. I wish I had all of it memorized. But AA also understands for being in business so long, you do not have to be right to be sued. As long as you have enough money, you could tie up people in litigation. Remember, when this came out by Mark, I don't have anything negative to say about anybody here, so please no one take it that way. When he brought it up, remember, this is a lot of people with a lot of money that they were going to lose earlier. They're going to lose it anyways, but they're trying to put it off because they're hoping we were going to be ADD and move on. But they were already trying to tie him up. What if he's trying to fix the debt so he can move forward? And I don't think it's going to be, from my understanding, I don't think it's going to be a specific stock that's going to go onto the BSTX versus it's going to be the reporting. That's where I need to get more information on and try to understand it a little bit better. But I hope that clears up some of it. I hope that shines a light on some of these people, how they're so tied. And remember, the S&P, the New York Stock Exchange, the DTCC, the Fed Reserve, they're not government entities. They're not government people. They're not here for you and I. They were specifically put there to make sure that the people behind the scenes continue making their money.
Hey, ladies.
Hi, Jen. Yeah. Hi, Jen. Girl, how you doing?
Hey, I just want to say real quick, I'm so proud of you, Tara, PJ, and Nini. I don't know if you're still here listening, but
She's
oh
here.
my God, yeah, I love you guys. I loved everything you guys had to say, and I
Yeah, and if
love,
you guys aren't
especially with
following
Nini.
Nini, really quick, Jen, I have to say you better be following Nini because she
I
friggin'
am.
has been here from day one.
I know she rocks. You rock, girl. Love you. I loved hearing what you had to say, and I think you said you had a 3.5-year-old. I do too. So we have two toddlers, same age, and I just loved all the positive energy and all the uplifting words. You rock, girl. Love you so much. Woman power. I love this. This is great.
Yeah, this call started with
Well,
me and Carol Roth, and it's
yeah,
just kind of, yeah, I love the woman energy here.
wonderful.
And this is, I think, what I miss the most about doing calls myself. And no offense to anyone, but it does seem, and women have told me this, that they feel a little bit more comfort or more comfortable coming up and speaking when they know it's a woman hosting the call versus a man and a group of men. It's a little bit more daunting or overwhelming overwhelming sometimes. So if you aren't up here and you want to be, especially you women, I see you down here listening, and come up, share your voice, and please use this platform for you too, because that's what I'm here for. And you guys are important too. But really quick, back to what you were talking about, Will. It's so much information and it's so much to process sometimes. And I think that's what gets a little bit overwhelming, at least for me personally, is who is good, who is bad, who's actually on our side, who's working against us, and there's all of these different entities, like you mentioned, the DTCC, and there are entities that are government funded and government, held accountable by all of us and all of that. But then there are also entities involved that it almost seems like they are so ruthless and they have no restriction. And I don't know, I'm extremely hopeful though for the future, and especially the blockchain route. I'm glad that you brought up that Al from Boston interview that he did. I find it really wild that he did 2 huge back-to-back interviews and then basically got ran off of here, unfortunately. But the Mayor Giuliani one was great as well. I don't know Al personally. My experience, directly with him was nothing but good and positive, and definitely AMC positive, which gave me a lot of hope. So I don't know if he's currently still making videos or if he's completely off social media right now, but hopefully one day he'll come back around and continue doing the good work that he was doing. Really quick, is Mark, do you guys see Mark up here?
Yes, I do see Mark up here. Hey, Mark.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Mark, did you have anything to follow up with what Will was just talking about? Or were you present for that?
Yeah, I heard some of what he was saying. I mean, it's just what specifically would you like me to address?
I don't know. What do you feel? So I know that obviously you're a huge, proponent of this this thing with hold on one second.
While you guys are doing that, Joel Extra actually messaged me on the side. So props, Joel, because if it wasn't for you, I would have never caught this. Apollo and JPM, which is JP Morgan Partners, actually at one time were big owners in AMC.
They owned it in its entirety.
Yeah.
I believe that is in 2003. And they eventually got parceled it out, changed the structure of the company, and then the company started doing better. They didn't, I don't know the whole story on it, but it's very, very interesting stuff. There's a bunch of guys that have done some videos on it. One of the big things that I wanted to mention that you had mentioned, though, Will, is the amount of money that is being made to fight against us. And I don't just mean the ape movement, but retail investors, small investors, even small institutional investors are all getting just railed by high frequency trading algorithms that these people are trying to safeguard. And when I look at, I was reading a paper this week about the 2-market system put out by Elaine Waugh back in 2013. And she talks about how using a 2-market system creates these advantages for latency arbitrage, where they can make fractions of a cent off hundreds of thousands of trades in nanoseconds based on front-running the orders on latency between the 2 exchanges. And this is one of the things that concerns me about Box being owned by Citadel, who is one of the firms that does a lot of this.
Whoa, stop.
And Mark, like, this is why I'm glad you're here.
Whoa. Holmes, you don't know the first thing of what you're talking
Okay.
about with.
First of all, let's keep it respectful and just respond. If you're, instead of saying you don't know the first thing you're talking about, Mark, this is stuff that's getting spread around on Twitter. It's something that's going to have to be dealt with. not everyone has been in these calls. Not everyone has heard the responses. Not everyone has heard the call from Saturday. So please just say it with the most respect as possible, please.
Tara, going forward, if someone's going to pop off and run their pie hole like this guy, I'm simply going to say,
He's
Holmes,
not running his pie hole. He's going off of what's being spread around.
Well, here's what's So first of all, in order for something to be traded on box, if you will, every security will have its own specific code. Their box is going to be slower than what's going on. It's going to be slower than the millisecond PFF, OF, whatever you're talking about. But you cannot create synthetics off of box.
And I'm not saying I'm not talking about synthetics at this point, Mark. And this is why I'm glad that you're here, because I'd love to learn from you, because you're more tied into this.
Well, what specific? When you go and say things like box is the anti of everything that goes on. Box is the anti. Everything that's time out 1 second. Everything that's currently in the system and how it works, box is anti. It's same day settlement. It's T0. So it's essentially cash settle. There is no naked shorting. Every security has its own specific, every share, if you will, has its own specific code.
Right.
There is, so if everything has its own specific code, and there's no front running, and there's no creation, and there's no selling against a dope, right? How in the world can you?
This is what I was trying to say, though. It's not just the synthetics that are making these profits for high frequency traders. It's the latency arbitrage that they do. And that is different from creating a synthetic, and that can be done with legitimate shares. And I
think the difference is the routing process. So you would actually be able to track your shares, and it would be direct on a blockchain.
It would be direct, and it wouldn't be anything where it is close, where you can run multiple things through multiple exchanges at multiple times.
Okay. Yeah. Right? And see, these are the things that I'd like to.
When there's 26 exchanges where you can execute or operate an order versus one where it's on the blockchain, it eliminates all of the tomfoolery, if you will.
Can I interject real quick? I have a question.
Can I also add really quick before people leave the call and run with this misinformation that Citadel owns Box? Can we just make it really clear right here, right now, for anyone listening? Citadel does not own Box. They're invested in Box. They have a 7% interest in BSTX. If anything, please remember the analogy that Mark used about payphones. When payphones were the primary, calling service when you were away from your home, heard about cell phones being invented and everyone having a phone in their pocket, which whether they believed in it or not, they would be dumb not to invest, correct? So if Citadel has any inclination that this is the future of trading, of course they're going to make an investment. They're also invested in Twitter. They're also invested in a lot of things that we probably aren't even aware of.
And as I said the other day, I hope Citadel makes $10 billion on their stake in Box, because that means Overstock will trade at 9,000. And the one thing where I'm very frustrated is when stuff has been gone over on various calls.
Not everyone was here, Mark. So you have to understand, and you have to eliminate this frustration. So if you're frustrated, don't be here then, and we'll do our best to answer the questions. If you're feeling frustrated by people asking questions that are valid because of misinformation that's being spread around, don't get frustrated. Bear with them. I don't think Joel was coming out, meaning to come off that way. At least I hope not, from everything he has said so far. So if anything, please, can we not get frustrated? Just remember, there's always going to be questions, especially when we've dealt with what we've dealt with, Mark. You've seen what we've dealt with. You've seen the buy button get swiped on us back in January, and you stood up against it. So please understand, we have trust issues, and we have them for a reason.
All I'll simply say is we had a very in-depth call on this subject matter on Saturday. I have a strong feeling there'll be more shoes to drop shortly that should clarify things.
And I look forward to reading it. I honestly do, because I want to learn more. Mark, like you've been in this a lot longer than a lot of us, and I've sent you a message before, man. I respect you.
I'm
It's not.
not saying you don't. And if I came across too strong, I'm sorry. But
No,
you
it's
can't.
cool. I get that.
No,
I get that you're
time out.
passionate, man.
No. I'm tired of the constant box T0 bullshit perpetrated by a whole crowd that is very happy and depends on the status quo. So if you like the status quo, you are so against box and T0, you can't stand it. If you don't like the status quo, if you think the status quo is wrong, you're all for box and T0.
Mark, can I jump in for a second? I talk with Joel. I talk with Joel often, and he's an upstanding man. And I think what happened was, I don't think, and Joel, please correct me if I'm wrong, but you said in the call Citadel owns Box, and I don't think you meant that.
No, what I was meaning is that they're involved, and I don't know what the ownership structure completely looks like. I looked at the graphic that Mark shared.
So let me
weekend.
answer that. Yeah, let me answer that. I thought I had sent it to you, but like Mark and Tara were saying, there was a space call on Saturday, and Mark went over it in depth, and it's 7% of 50%, or half of Box. Okay.
Yeah.
And part of that is right. Okay. So, but and this is my thinking on it. It really makes no difference. Okay. So in this instance, and I truly believe this, Citadel's a huge corporation. They have investors and they see the future, and or at least they're trying to hedge the future. And if they think Box is going to take over the system, they want to be part of that, not manipulate it, not manipulate the stock. They're looking at the value of the exchange that could be 1,000 times what it is today, 10,000 times today. Nobody knows. I do want to talk further on this, but I'm going to let it go right now. I'll put my hand back up because I'd like to talk to Nini about what she brought up. So I'm just going to leave it here. You guys talk it out, okay?
Hey, can I jump in on this real quick? I have a question for Mark. Well, we're right where you guys are at in this conversation. I have a question.
Go ahead, Will. What's up?
Okay. I understand what Mark is saying, and I wasn't able to be here on Saturday. I know I have it queued up, but I saw this call, so I jumped on instead of listening to the Saturday call. So, Mark, forgive me. I apologize, because honestly, I've been in a few other calls, and everybody on those other calls were even like, we don't know. Where do we stand on this? What is the truth, right? And obviously, I know that there's a block on a lot of the groups between different people. But here's my
Which
thing
is
on it.
unfortunate because now they've blocked the person who can share the information with them. But yeah, go ahead, Will.
So at least I'm in some of these groups where I get to speak quite often. So here's my question. I understand what you guys are saying, what is going to happen with Box, right? But nowhere in this...
BSTX.
I apologize, BSTX, because I kept on hearing people say Box, so that's why I was saying
Yeah,
Box.
so Box has 50% ownership, and T0 has 50% ownership. Box has 50%, or I'm sorry, what is it, 7% ownership by Citadel, or 14, Mark? You're muted, just so you know, Mark.
They own, I think, 7 of 50. They may own.
So they own 7% of Box?
They either own 7% of 50 or 14% of 50.
Well, there's a graphic and it said 7, so that's why I thought, okay, so if it's 7% of Box and Box is 50%, then it's actually 3.5% ownership of BSTX.
Got it. So BSTX. Now, my question is, this is a new system that's going in, but from my understanding, none of the laws are going to change because they haven't been enacted between the SEC or anything else. So hypothetically, some of the things that we're saying that it's going to change would require law changes because of the fact that, yes, you're going to get immediate settlement. yes, you're going to have to do a tracking, but I didn't see anywhere that it says that market maker cannot still use this for synthetics to fill the orders, because that is under the law. If they have to fill an order, they're able to make it. They're supposed to want to fill it, not do it like how they're doing it currently, right? And if that's the case, is there any laws that are changing? If not, it's still there. It's a benefit because we don't have to wait so long. But can you speak on that, Mark?
Mark, I can't hear you. Can anyone else?
No,
I
I
can't
can't.
hear him either.
I hope he's not getting disconnected from the call.
It looks like that. I don't even see his little mic anymore.
Yeah, I don't see it either.
Well,
Go figure.
I can't speak to it, Will. I think you're going by the law about, market makers need to make a fair and orderly market, and that's what's occurring now. Can they make synthetic shares to fill an order? Well, if it's blockchain, how would you do that? How would you get a code number to do that?
Yeah, I think
And
you're right there,
yeah,
Paul.
go
I
ahead,
think it
Joel.
would be very hard.
I'm sorry, Joel. I overspoke. What did you say?
I think that'd be very hard. I think you're correct there. Like the blockchain is, and this is what Mark was saying, and I agree with what he was saying, that the blockchain will allow for this type of transparency in the same day settlement, right?
Right. Yeah, I agree. And at least for me and I'm assuming most people here, it's BSTX, which is the new exchange, which is awesome because I don't remember ever being part of a new exchange ever. Is so new that we're all learning. And I know Mark just popped back on. I'll stop and put my hand back up because I do want to address Nina and what she said. I thought you were an awesome girl, but I want to tell you some things if that's all right.
So I had to jump off for a second, but the one thing you say, you don't have to pass any laws for zero settlement. I mean, no one passed any laws on any crypto exchange. None of the crypto exchanges are even per se approved by the SEC. I mean, there's no laws that have to go. Your store.
Hey, Mark.
Yeah.
Mark, I was speaking specifically about currently for liquidity issues, the market maker is legally allowed to create a synthetic, and if they have to fill the order, that was more the part that I'm talking about. The laws.
There's no market maker. There's no market maker on BSTX. There's no market maker on the blockchain. There's no human involved. That's the beauty.
Mark.
That's the beauty of it, is there's nothing that can produce any form of fuckery with human beings.
So
Right,
now
and you
why would you
cannot.
think that
Sorry,
the
Tara.
NYSE and anyone associated with the NYSE would be pro this idea, right? Like, of course they would not want this exchange. I don't know. I just find it hilarious to me that here we are fighting against entities that we know are here that are working heavily against us. They come in and bash our stock. They come and tell us to sell our shares at $5, but we're surprised that their entity is working against an exchange that rids them of their ability to front run trades, to make, to shave money off the top of trades, to do all of these things that they're able to do with PFOF and everything. Are we really surprised that there are entities here to spread misinformation and get us to believe this campaign against BSTX? Oh my gosh, you guys hate Citadel? Oh my gosh, they're owned by Citadel. I mean, it's kind of a no-brainer.
What time is this into the call? What is the time? What on a timestamp? What time is this into the call? Because you're recording it. What hour, minute, whatever? Where are you in this?
I guess we're around 3 hours and 20 minutes in.
Okay, fine. Just hold those thoughts that you just said. So
good.
Hey, Mark. So
I hope it comes out. I hope it comes out in the open, and I hope whoever those entities are get in big trouble.
Hey, Mark, just so I understand, and again, I'm just asking a question because I really, truly want to understand. And when I speak to people, I want to make sure I say the right thing. So, are we saying that there will not be any market maker? And if so, fuck yeah.
Well, first of all, they got SEC approval for various things Thursday night. What is today? Monday afternoon. T0 overstock. Guys, I'm just dying. It is very hard to keep my mouth shut, but I have for a very long period of
Keep your
time.
mouth shut, Mark.
I get that. It's just, you know, the crow ceremony is coming. When it comes, I'll probably disappear. I'll go on a
So
bender
can
for.
you answer Will's question really quick, though, as far as market makers?
Yeah, there's no market makers on this blockchain. I mean, look.
No, I thank you
I mean,
because
I think the obvious question and answer hasn't really been asked, and I'm sure not going to answer it. But it's kind of inevitable, folks, isn't it? Isn't it really inevitable where this is all going? Spencer, you around anywhere? I mean, isn't this inevitable where this is all going?
Mark, the reason why I was asking you is because the way I was understanding it, the way it was explained to me, and that's why I was asking you, is the market maker would remain and they would do their shenanigans, right, or whatever. And from there, the BTSX would be solidifying and reporting. So, example, you know how they have that 15-minute rule now where they have to report?
Yeah.
Well, the reporting would be on the BSTX. That was my understanding of it. So is that not accurate?
You know what? You're asking a very good question. I can give an answer that's accurate, but it's going to lead me to a place I just do not want to go right now.
Okay, no. I don't want anything like that.
All I want to say is either people believe in this as a go forward or you don't. And if you believe that this and things like this are the future, then you won't be able to ever stop this, and it's going to be a thing. Now,
can I ask you something, Mark?
So if you don't believe in it, would you be able to stop it?
One second.
It's already SEC approved. I don't see that happening.
1 second. So for everyone out there,
oh my God,
and this is recorded for everyone out there, Citibank, UBS, JP, Credit Suisse, the Toronto Stock Exchange, who happens to be a big factor in this stuff, they're all invested too, right? It's just not Citadel. You have the best of the best behind this as well. And all T0 supplies is the software and the patents. So if everyone just keeps wanting to focus on Citadel, why don't you also focus on Citibank and Credit Suisse and UBS and JP and the TSE, right? There's a lot more to this than just Citadel. And if, and that's a big if, right? This is the future. If this is the future, no one will be able to stop it. You can't stop cell phones just because you're in the payphone business. It doesn't work like that. And the money behind the status quo, behind people making money ripping you folks off for 50 years, they've made big money on the backs of the individual. They do not want to give that up. They do not want to give up their free ride.
They're grift.
Yeah, that's a way of saying it. So when that happens and the inevitable is here, they will spend whatever they can to shoot messengers, spread misinformation, things like that. And the reason I brought up someone earlier in the call and got shot down.
Oh,
Mark,
Mark,
I
I
can't
think
hear
we
you.
just lost you.
I said,
Did you mute yourself?
no, I'm here. I said, be very careful of the people who you listen to, because a lot of these people are complete and utter grifters. I'm 100%. And I'm aware of what's going on. And that's why I have the 5 containers of crow.
Yeah, some of the people, I can't tell what their intent is. I don't know if it's just sheer paranoia and fear of change and something new and not wanting, like, kind of just not wanting to know or whatever. But there's just no way that I would just cut Mark off, who is the person sharing this information with us, coming from a place of actual experience, out of fear. I don't live in fear of information. Whether the information, ends up helping us or not is the question. Obviously, we're all hopeful. We're all hopeful that somehow, ultimately, this could lead to a potential security token for AMC being traded on the blockchain that would account for every single share. It would account for every single share out there. There would be no ability for synthetics to even exist because every share would now be accounted for. And every time someone sells or buys or trades, that you would see it on the blockchain. So, I mean, anyone who's working overtime against these ideas or to spread misinformation, they're questionable in my mind, because unless you know or you have some sort of inside scoop, I have no other reason to believe that you're just doing it because you just don't understand it. It seems to me some people are working tirelessly to actually not see this happen or not see this, go through or be seen as a positive. And it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense on why they would do that unless they have some sort of skin in the game on the other end.
Thank you, Mark, because that seriously just blew my mind, and it just reminded me of something, and I think this could apply here. When you're dealing with people that you know are crooked, and if they're against something, don't you tend to be more for it? Or if they're for it, you're against it. So wasn't Griffin saying he didn't want to be involved in like certain areas? So I wonder if this is one of those like reverse psychology.
He knows exactly what's coming. He's a smart guy. He has the best lawyers on his payroll. He has Bernanke working for him. He pays that stroke victim, Janet Yellen, a ridiculous amount of money for people to fall asleep listening to her. I mean, he's smart as hell. He knows exactly where this is going. He knows where it's going, and he's made his bet. To me, it's a good bet. Does that mean I like him? No, I can't stand him. But that doesn't mean he's made a bad bet. I mean, the guy makes personally between 5 and 10 billion a year. I mean, think of that number.
Hey, Will, I have a question. With some of the information that you just had, where is that coming from? I'm just curious where that originated.
Which part? I'm sorry.
I'm just curious, are you in other calls where this is kind of being discussed and people are the questions that you were asking, Mark, about the market makers and stuff like that?
Yeah, we were trying to look up a lot of the information, and one of the things that was read was about they were saying it appears that the market maker would stay in place and they could still make a synthetic in there.
Who was saying it is what I'm trying to figure out. Who's the source, the originator of that statement?
I believe they looked it up and they were reading us the document, like how I was reading to you guys.
So it could be coming from Reddit or from anywhere. I don't know.
Or from a
That's what I'm
bank
trying to figure out is where some of this misinformation is kind of originating. But also, really quick, I know that Joel had a question regarding the latency arbitrage. He wasn't asking, I guess, about synthetics. Do you want to ask that again, Joel?
Yeah, I was just curious about when I read about the two market system that we currently have in place on the New York Stock Exchange with the MBBO and how they front run the orders that way. Is this new exchange going to have a singular geographic location that will prevent that? Because that's the thing that stood out for me was like, if there's going to be two different locations, two different exchanges, then they can take advantage of that arbitrage moment in the nanosecond latency that happens between the transactions.
I know the answer to the question, and I don't really want to give it right now.
Okay. No, I respect that.
Because what do you like do for a living, Joel? Like, what do you do by day? Joel? Joel, are you there?
Yeah, I couldn't hear you. Sorry.
Yeah, what do you like do by day? Like JB's a programmer, and I'm a goat herder.
I'm a fiber designer.
A who?
A fiber optic designer. So
Okay.
I work in telecom.
Okay.
And
Well,
this is why this kind of stuff speaks to me, because I understand how fiber networks work. And so I've been reading a lot about this latency arbitrage, right? And I'm trying not to put blinders on and only see that. And this is why I'm concerned that if there's no safeguards to provide that level playing field, like I've said before, I believe that blockchain is the future. It's the way to provide a fair market. And I believe in what this is trying to do. I just want to make sure we're not leaving this gateway open for them to take advantage. And by them, I mean the high frequency traders, to take advantage of this and make it so that they're still not giving us best execution. And it's not that it's not settling that day. It's that it happens in the nanoseconds between when the order is placed and it crosses the spread.
Okay, guys. So sorry. Just want to chime in here. Okay, so let's be clear. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mark. You cannot make synthetic shares on blockchain, and listing AMC on BSTX would prevent PFOF. Correct?
And this isn't PFOF, right? This is on regular, the regular exchanges, like on the New York Stock Exchange, right? When there are two different exchange houses that are geographically separate, there's a small amount of latency between when the order is executed in one batch and on the one exchange and on the other, and they profit off the difference between the two, and it's like nanoseconds of difference, right?
This is correct, but the blockchain in itself by design is slower.
That's perfect.
And the question is, how many exchanges can you trade an order on currently? How many exchanges?
There's multiple.
Exactly.
Multiple. And that's what I was asking.
There's multiple exchanges.
And this will be just one?
Just one.
Well, that answers my question. Thank you.
I'm amazed. I can't answer it, but no one's asked the right question. But that's thank God. There's a right question out there, and at some point, someone's going to have an aha moment and figure this out.
Well,
Come on, Joel.
What is my question?
Come on, Joel. I'm not gonna. There's everyone is just skating around the circle, which is fine. But and I get it. But when you do something new, and when there's so much grift of, let's call it front running or payment for order flow. I mean, payment for order flow is a loser. But what you get from payment from order flow is how accounts trade and all their tendencies. And do they win or do they lose, or what are their loss tolerances, or what do they do after a game? I mean, if I had information when I used to throw baseballs, if I had information what every single tendency was of every single person who I was up against, I'd be at like a huge advantage. I mean, if you knew exactly in terms of money how the other side trades, what their gain loss percentage is, You could break it down to how they do on Mondays, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. You could get how they do when they're going bad. Do they go bad for 8 days? Do they go bad for 47 days? When they do well, do they go do well just one day and then they go back in the tank? There's so much information that's derived from individuals where you pay for flow. That is the huge trick fuck. That is the dirty secret here. Not that they give you a penny better execution. Who the fuck cares? What difference does it make? I mean, if you own AMC at 656 or 659, who cares? What difference does it make? Doesn't matter in the scheme of things if you're playing it for 50. But it's the information that's bought that gives the house a huge edge. And that's what blockchain just completely eliminates. Right? And if some guy thinks they can be smart enough to trick fuck the system, knock yourselves out. But
well, that's how we grow, right?
Well,
like that's how, by beating
that's
the system.
but this is my point. I mean, this thing is 3 days old, 4 days old, 2 business days old, and already we get the same old cry. Citadel owns this. Citadel owns that. No, it's designed to make you look at the wrong thing. Who gives a fuck? You know, no one says Citibank owns more than Citadel or TSX owns more than Citadel. It's all designed to make you all miss. It's designed to get you off what the real thing is here, the real thing at hand.
Well, and that's why for me, I don't care about the ownership. It's how it's set up. It's the underpinning.
I get it. Well, when the details come out, which I cannot get into, right? You'll see, right? But I mean, I get where you're coming from. But they're not going to come up with something brand new and something on the blockchain that doesn't eliminate or solve for the current problems out there, because then what good is it? What the hell good is it?
Well,
right?
And this
I
is
think
one
what
of the
good it
things.
would be is it would take advantage of a lot of people who think that's what it's designed for, if in fact it actually isn't designed for that, Mark. So I think that's where people have questions and concerns, obviously.
100%.
Yeah, that's fair.
Hey Tara, I sent you the area that I was talking about. It's from the New York, the Nasdaq.com, and it kind of goes over what I was telling you, what they were reading as far as synthetics, and that's where they got it from. And then I continued reading down, and I see what Mark's saying about how it would remove a third party. So that's where I think a lot of the confusion is because there's questions that no one knows. Example, for the way I was explaining to it, and I could be 100% wrong, is basically every contract is naked until it's fulfilled, whether you, but yeah, it's basically saying that it'll try to reduce it by having it a smart contract.
I'm sorry, I got cut out of the call. Reduce what?
So I sent you a link from the Nasdaq.com, and that's where I was talking about that there would be synthetics. It just wouldn't be in mine in your hands, right? Is just the gist of it. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot more to it, but I'm trying to simplify it for my brain too. And basically, the way I was explaining to it is all contracts are technically naked, right? Until you close out or you buy, right? So until then, or you're in the money, they're not actually fulfilled. So it's naked, right? So according to this, on that same article I sent you, is they will then make it a smart contract. So it would be less likely for them not to be able to fulfill and less failure to deliver. So I understand what Mark's saying now because I got to read it thoroughly, but that's where the confusion was from other people as well. So from my understanding is, and that's where they were talking about it, is the third party can still make the contract, but the contract would not have to be a smart contract that would be underneath the blockchain. I hope that makes sense, and I apologize if I completely screwed that up.
Mark, can you hear him or?
Yeah, I hear him. I was just trying to multi.
Got it. I also had someone DM me a guess on what the aha moment might be if you want me to share. But I don't know if you want to respond to what Will was just speaking on, or if you're able to. If your hands are full, then that's all right. We'll just keep going
What's
here.
the aha moment?
So let's see. Sergeant Zachary says the aha moment guess: direct inputs, input the system, no brokerage app, federal app.
No. No.
No. Okay. Someone else sent me another one.
Well, this is good.
Next one I'm going to claim as mine. No, I'm just kidding.
This is good. This will help ratings.
Yeah. Well, I see other hands up. Teresa, I know you've been up here and haven't, I don't think, had a chance to say a word. So I just want to say welcome and feel free to chime in.
Okay, I'm sorry, can you guys hear me now?
Yeah. Hi there.
Yes. Hello, Tara. Hello. I just want to quickly say that I think you all know I've spoken just one time, and I joined or invested in AMC in March of last year, and had discussed many times with my son, who had started retail trading with a friend of his. I guess that's kind of my son has more invested than what I do, and he's in his 30s with the 4-year old daughter, and he's of course my only child. He's very dear to me, and so I started looking, and I joined Twitter, and I started following people like Tara and other people that I felt like were passionate and sincere. And then tonight, oh my gosh, how blessed I was to hear Nene talk about I'm a teacher in the inner city in New York, and I'm in West Tennessee, and a lot of what I see in New York is complete chaos with lawlessness. And, then I hear this lady's passion for just people being accountable. Good gosh. I mean, this corruption has been going on so long that, it's just ridiculous. And Tara, I just want to echo what you laid it out perfectly. And then for Mark to say, and I have all the respect in the world for him as well, and the knowledge and the experience. I mean, this guy has been in this for how many years? Many, many years. And it's so frustrating to be a part of it, to see so much corruption. And as Nene pointed out to us, it does anyone have integrity anymore? I also work for the federal government. I'm a nurse, and I work for the Department of Veterans Affairs here in Tennessee. And I'm held to a high standard of care that I give to our veterans, and I'm accountable to someone. And our system has improved so much. And, then to hear Nene say that she's not gotten, new books, and, doesn't have the resources that she needs to teach these children, and just the passion that she had when she spoke of, let's go before somebody. Like, she used the analogy of, your principal, doesn't want to get a note, or, 2 or 3 parents in the office going, look, I'm not pleased with this teacher. I'm not pleased with this care. And that's, I mean, that's what we seem to just have gotten used to from these people, that, oh, it's okay for them to not follow the rules. It's okay for the SEC and Gary Gensler not to enforce the rules that are already there. And then to hear Mark Kahota say, okay, look at everything we've got going right now. Tara just laid it out, or maybe laid it out after he made that remark. It's anti that. Well, at this point, to me, that it's a no brainer. If just a portion of what they do, like, I mean, they took away the buy button. I mean, what corruption, and what happened to, supposedly, this was another thing I wanted to ask you all. At one point in the lawsuit that was down in Florida, did they not have conversations, like, within our system in the VA? I can send an instant message to anyone else that's connected to TVHS. And so it looked like, that was some intercommunication from them, where they, said, I hope we can talk to Ken Griffin, and said they were too big to fall. I mean,
Yeah,
I
it seems
just,
we just can't get answers, Teresa, and there's no transparency. And I guess, money can buy freedom. And I don't know. It
yes,
seems like ultimately money is power. Ken Griffin has a ton of money. Whether he actually has it or not, he has the ability to take it.
yes,
So that's the thing. And that's what's always going to be difficult is we're already up against huge entities, and then if we're working against each other, it just adds to it, and it's so much noise sometimes.
absolutely,
And that's why I don't think
absolutely.
Mark meant to come off on Jewel, but it just gets to a level of
Oh,
frustration
oh
when
no,
you
dear.
have people working against you, or it feels
Absolutely.
that way.
And I'm here. Absolutely. I so agree with that. And, here I am. I'm in the middle of the Bible Belt. And when I hear Mark spew off now with profanity or whatever, to me, it's the same. I hear the same passion that I heard from Nene.
Yeah,
That's how I'm looking
Nini's a
at it.
beautiful person, by the
That,
way. She's one of the first
yes.
people I met during this entire process, and one of the main people that stays in my mind on why I'm
Yeah.
here, why
And
I'm fighting, why I'm not going to quit. And I'm sure
exactly.
Mark has those people too who, resonated with him early on and have made it to where he is not willing to back down. He doesn't back down from a fight. You tell him he's not, you tell him he's going to lose, he's going to try that much harder to
Yes.
win. And that's where,
And he also, I think he stands for justice and for fairness and what's right. You know, I mean,
right. Really
that's
quick,
just a
I
no
don't want to cut
brainer.
you off, but I
No,
just want
no,
to
I
say
know.
thank you so much, Teresa, for coming up. But I want to say really quick that Spence made a really good point in my DMs. He said he's not able to come up and talk at the moment, but he said everything done on the blockchain will be ledgered and stamped. There will be no hiding FTDs, and transparency will be at the max compared to the current exchange. And I guess that's the biggest issue for me is all of the people. I understand the nervousness. I understand the not wanting to be fully gung-ho and supporting this in case, like, just in case, what if it ends up that they can work the system some way that, hurts us in the end. But at the same
At least
time,
we,
they
at least
already are. They already are. Like, please
exactly.
remember, we're already getting screwed so bad. What difference if we don't try something? I mean, here we've been fighting for change and fighting for a better system, and here it is being offered to us, or potentially being offered to us, or out there. How are we gonna, turn our noses up and say, well, I'm sorry, but Citadel invested in it? Like, that's not enough. That's not enough for me.
Okay, I have to just jump in here real quick. Guys, I just tweeted out, so Citadel, Ken Griffin permeates way more than Wall Street. For my American apes, he was responsible for Operation Warp Speed. He is the reason why you guys got your vaccines if you wanted them, because he's also anti-mandate as fast as you did. So it was in his hour and a half long speech at the Economic forum a few months ago that we all saw that little piece of clip. But if you watched his whole speech, you would have known that. I was floored. So it's not like he's just on Wall Street. This guy, he's all over the place. So I think we're going to have to get real used to him, and we're going to have to hopefully be able to work around him.
I think he's the fall guy for New York Stock Exchange. Sorry, I had to put that in there. I think he is the fall guy. I'm going to keep double down in on both of them, New York Stock Exchange, but I think my opinion is that, Tara, I'm going to step down, but I wanted to say thank you for letting me up, everyone. I'm going to listen, but I just think that we need to target the New York Stock Exchange, not each other,
Well,
not
and
Go
that's
ahead.
the thing, Nini, really quick. No one here can tell me that there aren't people here who are, being sent or a part of that, trying to protect the New York Stock Exchange and trying to protect the horrible system in place. And I know this firsthand because of what happened with my last Twitter account when dark pools became the topic of interest. And all of a sudden, everybody on Twitter was talking about dark pools. My account got banned from Twitter. My account got ghost banned. I can never log into that account again. And this was after I received, or right after, I'm sorry, that my account got banned, I received 2 phone calls from 2 different people telling me that I had to get them in touch with Trey and he could not go public with the information about dark pools. So that's how deep this stuff runs. It's not conspiracy theories. It's a fact. They want to protect a system where they're able to run a grift, and they're running it good. I mean, they've been doing it for years. So if we can just completely bypass that system and say, no, we're just going to go with this one now, and it ends up ultimately taking over and becoming the new go-to. I mean, if you're Citadel, of course you're going to be invested in that. Anyway, I don't know who. I think Paul was waiting next. I'm not sure. I'm just going to let you guys know I only have a couple more minutes in me. I got to get off of here. Nini, thank you so much for coming up. I just really appreciate you, woman.
Yeah. So I got a couple questions for Mark, but I wanted to say to Nini, I followed you and I really enjoyed your passion that you're talking about the New York Stock Exchange. So, and I want to talk towards that. So I encourage everyone to learn about BSTX because I believe it's a solution. So if you want to change New York Stock Exchange, NASDAQ, and all that stuff, I think you should, first of all, learn about BSTX and promote it to other stocks you might hold or other companies you follow. Excuse me. I've been hitting Elon up just for the sake of hitting Elon up. So just imagine he transfers all the Tesla stocks over to the blockchain. That would just take off. The BSTX would just take off.
Well, I could imagine him being the first to do it. He hates the shorts. He cannot stand the shorts. I mean, look at what they put him through. Look at
That's
what they
right.
tried to
And
do to his company.
that's right. And that's kind of why I hate to use the word targeted, but that's why I targeted. But if all companies starts going to the BSTX, it hits the pocketbook of those who own the New York Stock Exchange, and money talks. And if you're hurting their pocketbook, there's more change comes that way, in my opinion. So yes, go after them, Nini and everyone else, and bring to light January 28th if they were involved, which I believe they were, and anything that you guys discover, bring it to light. But I really believe if you can hit a pocketbook where it hurts, that's where the change is. And I believe BSTX is where that will happen. So, Mark, I have 2 questions for you. And so it's hypothetical. So the first one, we'll talk about AMC and we'll just say they're brand new company and they want to list and they want to go through BSTX. And so they decide to put their shares through that. Is it possible for it to be traded on any other stock exchange? So, you know how there's multiple exchanges that you can buy right now, but if it was through BSTX or through T0, is it possible for the New York Stock Exchange to do something with the shares that aren't like blockchain? Like, you understand what I mean?
I understand totally what you mean. In terms of BSTX, we got to wait to get the details. Details aren't officially out.
Okay, so
You
this
guys are just dancing around the whole thing, and all I want to say is go to bed thinking if change is at hand and change is inevitable, right? What then happens?
the world changes.
Right, but right now on BSTX we have Citibank, UBS, Credit Suisse, JP, Toronto, and Citadel, right? And the BSTX isn't even right. That just got approved, and we've yet to see the rollout.
So
I
it
guess
would
what
take care.
I guess what I'm trying to say is, I tried to get because I got my ass chewed out. I tried to get, and I'll speak respectfully, I tried to get AA to do something, knowing full well it was a no-brainer. Well, fine, he passed. Has to insult us, no problem. But when it becomes inevitable of what's going to happen, and a couple additional people get behind it, right? Then you have a sonic boom that you just can't ignore anymore.
So one of the questions. Oh, go ahead, Mark.
There wasn't always streaming, right? Back when all you were little, people would go to Blockbuster and rent VCR movies, on the tapes, if you will, and you'd play it on your VCR. And then it became DVDs. Then, you can go to the Redbox. And I think people still go to Redbox. But then all of a sudden streaming came along. And everyone said streaming's crazy because you can't do this. And all the short guys were short all the streaming companies. I mean, the same guys who are short AMC were short Netflix back when. Same guys who are short AMC were short Amazon back when. I know all these guys. They were all short all these things. When change comes, everyone wants to be resistant till all of a sudden you can't resist it anymore. So there's two topics. There's same-day settlement, or T0, and then there's blockchain trading. Those are the two issues. And lo and behold, we have guys who sleep in cars, take showers at the gym, get evicted from their apartments, and 300 like him, all talking shit about stuff they don't know about, spreading nothing but misinformation. And all I'm trying to say is we are not far along from a sonic boom type of day. And when it happens, no one's going to quite know what to do or what to say. And it's going to be I'm going to be fascinated to see how the naysayers then respond. Because the people who believe it are going to be beside themselves. But it's going to be fascinating to see what people, the skeptics, then say, because I think it's a checkmate situation, and it answers Paul's question, it answers Willie's, it answers everyone's question, because and I think the thing and the way everyone should think about it is this movement, if you will, is all about change, and it's all about fairness, equality, stop the grift, stop ripping off Joe Sixpack, the whole bit. And it can't happen without change, without big things changing. And that's, I think we're kind of there. I mean, we're kind of there.
Can I ask you some of the people in my DMs are still responding to what you were saying, Mark. One person said, is it government adoption of crypto so that you'll be able to buy it on BSTX with Bitcoin or Ethereum? Okay. That was from Bobo. Nice try. The next person said, are aha moment is all markets are going to blockchain, no more market makers.
I think that's going to happen, but that's not what I'm thinking.
That's from Rich Pace. So, okay. So, I mean, hey, he gets a point for that. How about that? And then another one from Steve Estrada. He said, aha moment. They will no longer use any information that they use against us to manipulate. Let me see. If not more important to be damned along. I don't know. I don't really understand manipulation of the stock. I mean, I don't think they'll be able to manipulate it if it's on the blockchain. That's the whole point here.
That's not it.
And then
Can I
I
ask my
think that,
second question, Tara? I mean, you might have already answered it,
yeah,
Mark.
I'm just also trying to get to some of the DMs because they've been sitting here,
Uh,
and I have to end this call pretty soon. So, but go ahead, Paul.
yeah, you might have already answered it, but I'm just curious. So if it's on the blockchain, does that end options? Like options trading that goes on with the puts and calls and all that stuff? I'm not 100% on that, but would that end that?
I don't even think we're getting into options yet. I don't think we're there.
So can you explain
Okay, thank
exactly
you.
what BSTX would be? Would it be, okay, this company wants to now trade their stock on this exchange, or would it be this company wants an STO to match their stock that's traded on the exchange that it's on?
If you want an STO that trades, you can easily trade it on the T0 alternative trading system. That's set up and ready to go. No problem. No problem. So if you want to trade an STO, T0 ATS is there, trades, good to go. If you want to trade on a blockchain trading system, which would be BSTX, it would be something where listed securities, over the counter, New York, overseas, whatever, trade on the blockchain. That's all.
I like what Patrick Byrne called it, NFD, a non-fungible dividend. But I understand the security token offering STO as well. But it's because it seems like it makes more sense that it almost is like an NFT, but not quite the same.
Well, if you take what the head of the SEC, Gensler, has publicly said, he said that he believes a lot of these NFTs are securities, right? That's what the head of the SEC says. If he says they're securities, then they have to trade on security exchanges. Security exchanges are regulated by the SEC and FINRA. Last I looked, T0 and or BSTX are the only approved exchanges for this kind of stuff. That's just what the man has said. Reality, who knows? Okay, but I'm going by what he said. So the writing would appear to be on the wall that if NFTs get bigger and carry on security tendencies, this is where he thinks they could trade or should trade because they're in fact securities. If you get into a world like that, because clearly the government lost any ability to guardrail crypto because it got so big so fast, maybe, just maybe, they want to be out ahead of NFTs. Maybe. We'll see.
Okay,
But
so
if they,
the next question that I have from my DMs, really quick, Mark, is someone said there will be an AI or algorithm trading. There will not be an AI or algorithm trading anymore. The price of a share will always be accurate to the value of said share. He said, extrapolate it out. There would be no way to artificially inflate the value of a company or brand. No more pump and dump. No more funneling dark money into government. No more Wall Street.
yeah, I think that's a byproduct of making sure things are legit. I mean, there's a
And
company
so
called,
anyone who can run a grift currently in the current system and it works well for them wouldn't want to see it go.
well,
Right?
exactly. For example,
there's a company called Grain Chain, which is a Medici company that has all forms of food on the blockchain. Now, there's Jamaican Black Mountain coffee that goes for $70 a pound, goes for $80 a pound.
That's one of my favorites.
Okay, well, so that's $80 a pound. If I'm a legitimate producer, I wouldn't want Deke saying he's selling Jamaican Black Mountain coffee when in fact it's just regular Brazilian. How
It's
do
a
you
Blue Mountain. Blue
exactly?
Mountain.
I'm colorblind, so blue, black, red. I lose track of colors, right? I don't know one color from the other. My color's pink. So the blockchain there determines that Deke is actually selling legitimate coffee, or what lettuce is organic and what lettuce is not organic. Because if you can get a higher price, or your words, grift others in things, whether it's diamonds, food, stocks, coffee, anything that has extreme value, why wouldn't you rip people off if you're a grifter? And that's what the blockchain prevents. It prevents all of the shenanigans that everyone has railed against, but it's being used today profitably in food. Because if someone says organic lettuce and it's labeled organic, how do you know it's organic? How do you know?
You
Other
don't,
than
because you can buy an organic label, unfortunately,
exactly.
for a fee.
And I go and I say my eggs are organic, or my apples are organic, or my pears are organic, and I sell the buy right market. I mean, I used to sell eggs for $13 a dozen not too long ago, right? And I make claims, but how do you really know? But if
Those better
someone's
be some damn good eggs. That's over $1 a pop.
yeah, they're damn good. And there used to be a line for them. But the trick is, how do you really know? And the simple answer is, you don't. You just don't. And and in stocks and securities and tokens or NFTs or crypto, no one really knows. Grift is so big, and so big behind the grift, everyone wants it to continue. Because the longer it can continue, the more free money and free ride all these guys get. So when you speak out against it, or want to make change, or say, why don't you try this? You're met with resistance, not only by the people on the other side, you're running into resistance by the people who are entrenched and who make a livelihood ripping off others. And this is the shit I fought in my entire life, raising pill prices 1,500% more than it should be. This is what goes on. And that is the base case here with blockchain for stocks. And it's just beginning. And the reason they hated the idea, and even Hempton, and I've known Hempton since 97 and we're pals. The reason he hates it is there's no defense against it. I'd run a play and you wouldn't be able to stop it. So they'd have to
Exactly.
say,
It's very telling that the shorts convinced CEO Adam that this is not potentially illegal, because it would flush them, which he could end up, supposedly getting in trouble for. I doubt that, but it's very interesting and telling that John Hempton went out of his way. Not only did he get extremely angry with me for my tweet to CEO Adam saying, now that this is proven to not be illegal, can you please take a second look at this idea? And he went ballistic, then wrote a big, long, I think 10 different tweet thread and at CEO Adam about how he made the right decision to deny this this idea. What does that tell you guys? Like, if a short is happily short on AMC and is celebrating that Adam said no to the idea and is winning now, according to him, on his short bet, which I don't believe. I think he shorted a long time ago, and I don't think he's winning at 15. But that's just my opinion versus what he says on the internet. But why in the world would he be celebrating in the streets when Adam says no to the idea? If that isn't the most telling and most obvious thing in the world, then I don't know what is. But his anger with me, Mark, when I directly tweeted to CEO Adam saying that the idea is proven to be legal now, can we please take a second look? Yeah, that was red flags everywhere.
Well, again, what I'm working on, I'm almost there, and we will all see. We will all
So
see.
another DM that I got from someone was, oh, never mind. I read that one.
But
I think I read them all.
But the proof is going to be in the pudding, and
So
and we're all going to see.
my hand's getting tired. Can I say or ask something?
Yes, please. I'm going to end this in about
I
8
know.
minutes, so let's make it quick. And then Semi-Cynics up here, Mark's bestie. So let's get this done.
I'm usually loud and fast because it'll cut me off if I'm not.
And that was sarcasm, just for anyone listening. Semi's not Mark's bestie. That was sarcasm.
So, okay, the way I see it, first of all, people use Citadel and attach that they're invested in fucking whatever as the boogeyman. Now, I often tag Citadel, Ken Griffin lied, but understand that he is just symbolic. He has become our symbol of the devil. But every bank that fucking Mark mentioned, every bank, your bank is fucking you just as bad as Citadel in every way they can. They caused the housing bubble. All this nefarious shit is not just Citadel. So it's like, understand that that's a buzzword that people use to like look at the source and look at who else is invested. It's all the players, they're all there. It's not just Ken Griffin. And to think that it's just you see Citadel and all of a sudden everybody should be up in arms because they invested in something. They're fucking invested in everything. Almost every TV station.
You can't go pull out your pitchforks and say, sorry, we don't want to, we don't want to have this company exist because Citadel's invested in it. That's not how it works.
Because they spend so much money on every station there is. Don't watch anything on TV. Like, don't pick up a magazine. There ain't all that shit. Okay.
Twitter is, I found out yesterday that Twitter is 79 or 78% institution owned.
Right. So there you go. And I don't understand what the fuck with T0. I trust Mark. Mark, do you have a time frame that you can mention? Will people be eating a crow in less than or more than a week? Less than or more than a month?
Between now and March 1st.
That's enough for me. Okay. So now I'm a dumbass, but I have watched the stuff with Michael Lewis and IEX, and it seems to me part of what's going on here is a centralizing. And if we centralize it, we're cutting out all these little fucking sideways things that are fucking us. And so if there's nothing else, it seems to me that that's part of where the benefit is going to be, is that it ain't going to be having to go 50,000 places trying to save a 1/1 millionth of a nanosecond. That there's going to be a little bit more cohesion and not just this free for all. I could be wrong.
That's true. Deke, what's your favorite sports team?
Chicago Bears.
Would you buy stock in the Chicago Bears if you could?
Fuck no, I really don't care about football, but you asked a question and I'm from Chicago.
Show of hands or put up hundreds. If your sports team was on T0, would you buy stock in it? If it was publicly traded and you could buy it on the exchange, would you buy stock in the 49ers?
Jamaican Blue Mountain.
Yeah, would you buy
Yeah, I
stock?
would. I would also buy stock in my favorite coffee because that's something I drink every
Well,
day.
again, I mean, there's not that many dominoes before the whole thing falls, but I just need a little time, so we'll see.
Okay, so really quick, semi-cynic, what's going on? What's up with you?
Hey, thanks for having me up. My question had to do with structured risk products and how they could be expressed on the blockchain. But I think a better question, since we're low on time, would only authorized participants be able to access this, or would it be open to anybody that had done, like, a know your customer? And then how would off-chain transactions be dealt with? Would you be able to do off-chain or side-chain transactions?
That's probably a pretty good question, and it's probably, where the devil will be in the details. I think this thing probably starts off as a test or a pilot or a beta with some people to find out the great things about it and the bad things about it. The bad things will probably be that it's much slower than people are used to. I mean, it's not going to be much slower, but slower, and they'll have to shake it out. And then I think the answers to your questions will come from that. I think the answer to your
Appreciate the answer.
questions, but I think, how do I say this right? I think part of the Crow Festival will answer all of your questions that you just asked.
Yep. Thank you. The way I see it in my mind's eye would be that the primary chain may be too cumbersome to process every transaction, and that may lead down to the same road where you have dark pools, i.e. side chains, processing the vast majority that then get rolled up and reported to the main chain. Slightly more transparent, but I think we could do it in an equivalent way with the current system with more transparency.
I think you're right, and I think the end result may piss some people off because you may not be able, if you're a short, to get a borrow as much as you thought you could, because things will have to be recorded properly, which is going to open something else up, and things may be slower, and stocks will probably really reflect their true value at that point, because there's no room for Citadel thinking you're a dope and never entering your order, just taking the other side. I mean, you're a sophisticated guy. What percentage do you think of the Robinhood trades Citadel just takes the other side of without even entering the order? What do you think?
I couldn't even venture a guess.
I'm not saying I have the number, but what do you think that number would be?
Oh, gosh, put me on the spot. I would say they probably process as many as they can. I don't know if they directly invert them. They probably just collect a healthy spread.
Okay, well, if Spence is a Robinhood customer and they got all sorts of information on Spence, time of day trades, average holding period, what he does when stock goes against him, does he immediately get out of it? Does he do, they get every single pattern of how that guy plays, every single thing. Does he use margin, big margin, subject to margin calls, every single thing. And they come out, and Spence is my pal, so I don't mind using this. They come out and realize he is just a complete dope, right? He is just a dumbass. And they have a whole collection, thousands or tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of these people. You don't think they take the other side of these trades without even just executing them? I mean,
I think that introduces a large directional risk that
exactly. It introduces a large directional risk. And if you're wrong on a large directional risk, like they were a year ago on AMC and GME and those other stocks, then what the fuck happens?
then you have the melt up like you had, because they had that directional risk so fucking wrong you couldn't even dream it. Everyone had the directional risk wrong except you guys. That's my point. How did they had it bet and bet big so wrong when it went hugely against them? You had one of two choices: pull the buy button or melt the system down. That was a choice. And you melted the system down because all these levered players had the trade 100% wrong. Introduces huge directional risk. Exactly right. Exactly right. And that's why no one wants to get into this. And they'll do whatever they can to cover it up and make y'all look like a bunch of dopes and mob and the whole thing. I mean, there is the secret sauce. You're exactly right. Introduces a lot of directional risk. 100%. I mean, how does Melvin, a $13 billion fund, lose as was reported in the journal, was losing $1 billion plus a day? How does that work? I mean, what the fuck positions are you in where you lose that kind of money? Managing money for others. What are you in losing $1 billion a day? How do you do that on stocks? I mean, just think of
So
those numbers.
if I may, I think when it comes to transparency, I do advocate for blockchain-esque levels of transparency. I don't know if blockchain is the best mechanism to get there, but there's only been one time that I've felt real peril for my account, and that was when Bill Huang was driving up the price of GSX with swaps. And
Yeah.
to that end, I think that lazy, over-concentrated positions would become less prevalent in a transparent environment like that. And even as a short seller, somebody that primarily shorts, I'm all for it, because it would force people to do what they do in the light of day. So if it comes down to daily disclosure of positions, or like I said, I don't think a blockchain is the best way to express that, but I'm all for it. I like that idea. And I
What
think
would
it
be a better
removes
way than the blockchain? I'm just curious.
what we have now with more frequent reporting.
But that 13Fs are 45 days late at a minimum.
Self-reporting?
Self-reporting under the supervision of the SEC. Yeah.
Yeah, the SEC.
Good luck.
Right.
Good luck
And
with
then
that.
we're
Well,
just
I
in the
mean,
same
we're
circle.
gonna
Then we're just in
disagree
the
over the
same
mechanism.
circle. Right. It's the same circle. I mean, have you been to like a Department of Motor Vehicles lately? Or like
have.
any government run? Yeah. How does that go? Like I guess what my point is whenever the government oversees anything, they're so out of date. They're so behind the times. They're not with it. And it's unfortunate, but it's just the facts. So they're working on a system that's outdated by, I would say, 10 plus years at least.
I absolutely won't disagree with you there. I thought about working at the SEC, but they don't hire too many data analysts. They hire a lot of lawyers, but not too many data analysts. So
Well,
I
do
think
you tell me what you want to do? DM me and send me your whatever. What is it called these days? A CV? Is that it? Resume is you're now.
I'm flattered. I don't think I'll do that. Plus, you have me blocked, so I can't DM you.
Okay, DM. Well, what
You
did you
can
do?
DM me.
What did you do to get your ass blocked?
I believe I'm with the Muddy Waters camp.
He ran a 15-hour space call and commended David on his thesis that he gave him a 3-hour platform to share, while others were limited to a minute and a half to talk.
Oh, you're in the Muddy Waters camp?
Yeah, I was actually blocked by you before AMC.
Oh, there you go.
Really? What? How? That's crazy. Well, if you really want to apply at
Stocks did
the SEC,
exist before AMC.
send over the resume. I can forward it.
I'll change the names and places.
How is old Carson doing?
He's doing pretty well. From what I understand, he's setting up in Texas to get out of California and doing well with it.
He's been in Texas for a while. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have to send him an office warming present still.
Should I unblock you or no?
I think the SEC could use more data analysts. Yeah, I think you should unblock him. I think levels of communication are important. I don't think he's trying to convince you of anything. I don't think you're easily manipulated anyway, Mark.
I just don't know why you'd hold calls for some of those clowns you held calls for. I really don't. Those guys are just such bad news. Jesus.
Well, some of them are admittedly very short on AMC, but Semi here says that he isn't and hasn't been.
Yeah, I did take up a position in the meantime, but it's not big. I'm a retail guy, and my 4 digits is not going to sway the stock one way or another.
Let's put it this way: to the people who've been shorted, that has been the side to be on. So to the victor goes the spoils. But
for now, we'll see what happens in the future.
Exactly right. For now, okay. Questions were good. Thanks, man. I unblocked you.
Hey, thanks for having me. I'll step down.
Thanks for being respectful and thanks for being here. And he actually is one of the few of that bunch that has always been respectful, admittedly. And I appreciate data analysts because it's a lot of work and a lot of brain power, and not everyone has it in them. So I hope he does work for the SEC, hire less lawyers and more data analysts. I think it would actually help them maybe better their system over there. Anyway, with that said, I hope everyone here feels they had a chance to speak up and be a part of the discussion. I have been in here for over 4 hours, so I think I'm spent and I need to go do some me time, go to the gym and do some healthy things for myself. And I hope you all do the same. Drink lots of water. Market open or pre-market will be here before you know it. So get some rest, everybody. Jen, thank you so much for co-hosting. Speakers and listeners, thank you all for being a part of this. Mark, thank you for spending so much time with us here to answer questions. I know the fuse gets a little short sometimes, but thank you. Thank you again.
Thank you, girl. And thank you, PJ. You did an excellent job co-hosting. And Nini, you rock, girl. Love you. AMC to the moon, baby.
AMC.
Yep, thanks, everyone. Thanks, Tara.
Thank you, Paul.
Night, guys.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thanks,
That
Mark.
was amazing.
Thanks, Tara. Thanks, Jen. Thanks, Will. Thanks, Spence. Thanks, Lurking Ghost. Thanks, Mike. Thanks, Miranda. Thanks, everybody. I love you all.
Should I go down the list and start
Paul, I
naming
love
everybody?
you too. Paul, I love you. I do.
Oh man, shout outs.
Love
Swing's
you,
still
Mark.
in here too.
Love you, man.
Wow. Miranda, oh my gosh, I see everybody. Oh, I never scrolled down. I love you all. Thank you all for being so supportive, so awesome, always sharing out the call and just going above and beyond.
Chris
Love you all.
Tea, you're a dick. I don't say love you. Chris Tea, you're a dick. A big fat, ugly,
What?
pimple-ridden
Okay,
dick.
we can't end on that note. You got to say something positive now.
But you're a pretty ugly, pimple-laden dick.
What?
Oh my goodness. All right. Thanks, fam. I love it. I love it.
Sorry.
All right. Well, I'll be back soon. Hopefully I'll be able to run one. Otherwise, make sure you're following Spence and Jen and the speakers up here. Look out for other calls. They're happening. Spence has been doing them often, which I really appreciate since my phone only works when I'm outside, apparently. So I'll be back soon, either here or with Spence. So thank you guys. Bye, everybody.
Good night.